Hello.
Hello. How are you, Catherine? Lovely to see you. You're looking great.
You too. Very good. You too. Very
I love
nice.
your necklace today.
Yeah. Just going to move my camera forward. Okay. Last minute fluff. Hi, Michael. Sorry to show you the last minute girly fluff.
I haven't recorded, so don't worry. So, Catherine, you are on at 12:15.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, cool. So I'll do a bit of an intro, and then we'll start letting people in. So, but just to let you know, we are live on Facebook and also YouTube. So just to let you know, so yeah, your hair flick was very well received on all channels. But I won't be recording on those two platforms because I'm going to keep the majority in Zoom. Hey, Michael, how are you? Happy Friday.
Hi, very well. How are you?
Yeah, great.
Lovely
thank
to see
you.
you.
Yes, lovely to see you. It's been a while, to be fair, Michael, hasn't it?
Has it?
Yeah, a few weeks since we connected
couple of weeks.
In this way. Yeah, so yeah. You might need to flip your...
Well, you're so busy.
Yeah, we're all very busy, right? You might need to flip down your computer. That's better. We can see your lovely...
I can't see my image.
Full version of your face.
Right, okay, there we go.
That's great.
Now we can see you.
Yeah, cool. I will be letting everyone in from 12 o'clock, so we just do have a few extra minutes, guys. And just to let you know, Michael, you are live on YouTube and also Facebook, but we haven't recorded yet, just to let you know. And just to let you know, guys, because Catherine, you go to Scotland a lot, and Michael, you are in Scotland. I'm going to go to Scotland on Sunday. So any last minute tips or things you might want to share before I travel? I'm going to do the Route 500.
Well, you'll have to come and stay with us.
Oh, that's such a kind offer, Michael. I've got all my accommodation planned. It's actually been booked since October last year, but maybe another time. Right. I'm sure.
Unbook it. Come and spend one night with us. That would be really nice.
Oh, thank you. It's a very short trip, and I might look you up on that later on because I've got this impression I'm just going to fall completely in love with Scotland. It just seems amazing. Every single time I see a picture, like my heart sings. I'm like, oh, that looks so beautiful and amazing. So, but you guys have had like really amazing weather just recently, right? Like very, very warm weather.
No, it's cold today. There's a cold wind blowing.
Oh, it's cold today. Nice. But recently it was like lovely weather. Oh, fair enough. That's really good.
Yes.
Looking forward
to
it.
Even as far over as Aberdeen, where my parents are, actually switched the heating off the other day. Actually. Which is never heard of.
Oh, right. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah. There's a lady. Her name's Jo. She's in our circle, and she's been sending pictures of her pictures. That she's been sending and taking whilst in Scotland. So it seems amazing out there. Yeah, it's going to be a driving trip for a few days. So yeah, very much looking forward to it.
Right, while you've got a second, I've got a presentation. Is it okay if I do a presentation?
Well, we were going to do just a normal sort of question and answer, basically, Michael. We could, if we have time. We do have half an hour. So when it comes to your time slot, we can maybe touch base before we go live. I believe you are at 3 o'clock. Is that right? Or 3:15?
3:30, I think.
Yeah, 3:15 to 3:45. So
3:15, right?
Yeah, we'll go from there. All right, guys. Well, thank you ever so much. I'm going to go live now. Well, press record, and we'll go from there. So good luck, everyone, and I appreciate you being here. So 4, 3, 2, 1.
Recording in progress.
Fantastic. Happy Friday, everyone. My name is Jen Lillian, and I want to welcome everyone here today who watches the live or parts of the live or actually has the opportunity to watch the replay of today's first ever Soul Central Summit. So it's a place where amazing spiritual coaches are all together, giving you guys as a spiritual coach, as a online spiritual therapist or healer or practitioner, you are here to help everyone else on this planet in the way that you can along their journey. But we are to help you because as empaths, we tend to want to help everyone else, but we never really take the time as much to look back at ourselves and work on ourselves, because, you know, life can take over. So this is a great opportunity for you to meet up with like-minded people and for us to all share why we are here on this earth, to share our amazing gifts. Basically, we all have some amazing gifts, some amazing practices, some amazing tactics and strategies just when it comes to your own personal growth. And in this space in particular, it's about also, depending on where you are on your business journey, whether you're starting, building and growing your online coaching business journey. So I am Jen Lillian, as mentioned. I am the business coach in this space, and I have a great team of 7 today. And we will be kicking off things at 12:15 today. The first coach will be Catherine Tack, and she's our Akashic record reader. And we will basically throughout the day just go through all the coaches when it comes to what they are here to deliver in terms of their offering, what they're here to bring to the world, but also what they can bring to you in your world and your business. So this is basically us together today over 6 hours. You can hop in, hop out whenever you would like, and for us to share the spiritual secrets and tactics and all the goodness in order for you to get your message out there, or for you to get your services out there, to get your special gifts, as mentioned, that I feel that you are here to bring to the world, to pass over to others, because no man is an island, as my granddad used to say, and bless him, he's passed on now. But we are all in this together. We are a team, should you want us, in your corner, because we are here and we have your back. And there's so many great people that have touched my life in so many different ways. These are my closest network of people in my space. And you guys will talk in much more detail when it comes to your particular half an hour slots. But you guys, if I'm completely honest, you have all touched my heart in some way, shape or form. Without you guys in the last 6 months of my life, I don't think I'll be where I am today. I have, just a little bit about me, if you don't know who I am, because there will be some new people attending today. So since 2012, I've been in business, and I've had my first sort of chapter in business was me being a spin instructor. I actually started up and grew 4 indoor cycling studios, and my journey of my online, also offline business journey began back in Shanghai, China, back in 2012. So back in those days, I still followed my passion. My passion, and still is, I do still spin as an instructor, which is indoor cycling, by the way, if you don't know the term spin. 1 studio turned to 2 because I followed my passion. But in that time, which most people don't realize, we tend to follow our passion, which is amazing. A lot of us are encouraged to do that if you are quote unquote out of the system and you want to do your own thing, because you know you are here to follow your own hopes and dreams instead of being told what to do. However, when it comes to business, on the business side of following your passion through, because you're here to help others with your spiritual gifts and talents that you have, we're not necessarily great at the marketing, unfortunately. And I feel like when it comes to what I've been doing my side, I've realized that I've had to go through my online coaching business journey and my offline coaching business journey in order to help others, because I've been through the highs and lows of business. So then now I can pay forward and help you, because there are so many moving parts when it comes to setting up an online coaching business effectively. And I don't want you to be stuck or lost or overwhelmed with the tech, with the knowledge of the systems you need to use, the know-how of how to generate leads. Because if you have those important gifts that you're here, that you sent to earth, or you're here, on earth to share to others and help them along their journey, you need to be able to voice yourself in such a way to help those people, to find those people, to actually reach out to those people. Because again, you can't do it all on your own. That's why there are systems out there that you can use. That's why there are programs to help you develop yourself and your business to get your services out there. And that's why it's always good as well to surround yourself with the right people who are your biggest fans. Because I don't know if you have noticed people, guys, you guys in the circle, but we're not always well received or understood, because we do things slightly different from the norm. Sometimes when you mention the word spiritual, people do tend to back away. So this space I've tried to create is a safe enough space to raise your hands to anything you might be struggling with. As mentioned, I am the business coach, and I have been in business now coming up 10 years in August this year. I'll be celebrating my decade anniversary. But there are other things as an online business, as an online coach that you are, whether you're a therapist, healer, practitioner, that we also struggle with. So this whole combination of coaches we have today is for the benefit of yourself. You could be struggling with negative energy. You could be wanting to understand more about how to harness or enhance energy to your advantage. You might be completely stuck and not knowing exactly where to shift when it comes to yourself, your business, and possible challenges you have in your life. So questions do come up every now and then. Am I on the right career path and business path? It could be that you are struggling with a relationship right now. You know, we do not only have a business, but we also have other pockets of our life that we do need to keep on top of, or manage, or work out, or sort through. So again, this is why there's so many amazing people, I feel anyway, I've brought together today to make this Soul Central Summit happen for this reason, because just don't handle things on your own. You're not on your own. And I know if you're on your own outside of a circle such as this, it can be quite difficult to reach out and ask for help, because not as many people maybe understand when we talk about the Akashic records, when we talk about negative energy or entities, or some people don't like to really shout out about problems in their relationship. Well, at the end of the day, we are only human. You know, these problems do happen from time to time. And it may not just be a on the earth, sort of ground level problem. It might go deeper. It might end up being a soul journey that you're on. You've come here to sort things out. And again, this is where the thought leaders we have on this call throughout the day today are here to help you. We're here to bring out not only the best version of you, but also to understand your soul's purpose. Like, why are you here? And are you making the right decisions for your soul journey? Are you doing the right things in order to better yourself? So if you are a logical thinker, or you think from the heart, we have all angles covered, I believe anyway, on this call today. So as mentioned, just a few things. Hopefully I am, people can, I should have done my checks earlier. Hopefully people can see me, they can hear me. Again, I have gone live in the Facebook group. I will be managing questions that come through. You can either, thank you, a lady called Kelly Shine. Oh, I love your name. You've put love this, please share information. So what I'm going to suggest, because there will be questions that will come out through the day, is you can either catch me here in the Zoom. You can leave a chat if you have registered. That's where you'll be seeing me here. Let's say you're on YouTube, as I am live on YouTube. You can just drop a message there, or alternatively, find me on Facebook, Jen Lillian with 2 L's, Lillian, and message me in my inbox, and I can get back to you in the breaks throughout this call. Whether you want to register, whether you want to just know more information, or whether you have a question on something about your gifts. We've got 5 more minutes, Catherine, until you and I will be in connection. But I'll just go over a few things when it comes to the gifts that we have for you today. Depending on your platform, if you're here on Zoom, you have the gifts already because you've registered. If you haven't registered already for this event, you just happen to find us, hello, welcome. Anyone is more than welcome if any of our messages resonate with you today. If you'd like to register, we have 7, well, actually mine as well, but 7 amazing gifts. So Catherine today, who will be on the call at 12:15, she'll be helping you understand if you're on the right business path or not, because sometimes as an online coach, you might even be offline, but we do tend to cater more so for the online coach. It might be that you're hitting a brick wall and you have no idea why. Is it because you're not on the right business path? So Catherine here today is our Akashic record reader, and she will help you see if you're on the right business path or not. So more from Catherine at 12:15 today. Now at 1 p.m. we have the lovely Moira. Moira is a fantastic energy coach and worker, and she's here to help you today to discover and shift any blocks that are maybe getting in your way. And we might call them invisible limiting beliefs. They're not quite invisible because they are making a big noise in your life. You can't seem to push through something. But Moira doesn't quite do the surface level stuff. It's more about going deeper than that. And it's really about looking into ancestral blocks as well. So that is really interesting, a great insight. I've worked with Moira as well, and she will help you unblock these blocks should you have any. At 1:45 to 2:15, we have the awesome Heather Prince. Now, Heather is our relationship coach. She has had a very long relationship in her time and then unfortunately separated, or it could be fortunate, depending on how you see things. And she is here to help you should you have any problems at the moment with a breakup. It's about how you bounce back from a breakup, maybe understanding why it happened and how you can move forward after the breakup. Andrew Watt is at 2:30, and he has really helped me with some negative energy in my life. We will really paint the picture as to know what a negative energy is in your life. We will be talking about entities, so it's not for the faint-hearted. We will be discussing here and there about some of the nasties that can happen and how you can actually deal with such negative energy that happens or can happen in your life. I'm not saying it happens to everyone, not everyone's aware of it, and I'm not trying to scare anyone, but you know, with positive comes negative, right? It's just the way life is. Michael Wolf, Michael, you are here on the call right now. Fantastic to see you. You will be taking everyone through from 3:15 to 3:45 how to release your limited beliefs and fears. We all have fears. From a baby, I believe we only have 2 fears, I think. The fear of being dropped, and I think there's another one, and then we just build the fears thereafter. But Michael, you are here today, which is awesome, to walk people through that process of releasing these limiting beliefs. We have the fantastic Sarah, and Sarah is great. She is a hypnosis coach. If you are curious about using hypnosis for your weight challenges, because you might be an online coach but also struggle with weight, it is a very common problem to have amongst most of us. If you're stressed out, we tend to overeat, or well, in my case, I don't actually eat at all, but everyone's different. So stress can play quite a big play in your life when it comes to a business coach, an online coach, and she's here to give her amazingness when it comes to using hypnotherapy for those challenges. Lara will be the 7th and the last coach, and she will be basically getting you back to yourself. If you are waking up at the moment and you were just like, or just really realizing that you're just not feeling yourself for whatever reason, obviously there's something going on there. And Lara is here to help you understand why you feel like that and how you can push through being back to your best version. And then there'll be me right at the end. So if you're still with us, I'm here with you to the end, 5:30 to 6 p.m. And I'm here to let you know all these secrets when it comes to starting or building or growing, whether you are in your online coaching business, you know, for success. So I will be going through a presentation myself. There will be a gift from me right at the end and a way of saying thank you for your participants in today's call. So that's everything for now. I'm just going to do a couple of checks, Catherine, and then we will go straight into everything. Do you guys have any questions while we're here on the call? Yes, Michael, yes.
Very important. Very important question. What time is lunch?
You can have lunch whenever you want, as long as it's not within your half an hour. That's all I ask. For me, I'll just have to, I don't know, but no, you honestly, you do not have to be here for the whole 6 hours. If you do, God, you've got my respect. But yeah, I will be with you. I'll be here for the whole 6 hours. You don't have to. You can go in and out as much as what you want to. So all good. Good question though. So fantastic. So again, welcome everyone. If you've just joined us, this is the 12:15 to 12:45 slot of the first ever Soul Central Summit. I'm here with the awesome Catherine Tack. She is our Akashic record reader, and this lady here has touched my life in so many ways I can't even explain in a quick half an hour to you. There's been so much that Catherine and I have been working on together as two oracles, but I'm so honoured that you are here today. We're here to basically learn about the Akashic Records and how this can enhance your 5D online coaching business. So thank you ever so much, Catherine. How are you today?
Very good, Jen. Happy Friday and happy hello to everyone here.
Yes,
very good to be here.
Happy Friday. Where are you reporting from, just to let the audience know?
We're just probably north of Milton Keynes in Northamptonshire.
Yeah, fantastic. Is the weather nice today?
Yes, the sun is shining. There's a little bit of a cool breeze, but apart from that, the sun is shining, so you can't go wrong with that. Blue skies.
Yeah,
lovely.
Fantastic. All good stuff. So again, thanks ever so much for coming. And there are so many things when it comes to the Akashic Records that people have questions on. Now, depending on you guys as the viewer here today, you might have heard of the Akashic Records, you might have had a reading when it comes to opening your own Akashic Records. But really, basically, Catherine, the big question is, like, what are the Akashic Records, whether people have heard about the Akashic Records or not? Yes, the big question.
I love that question, Jen. I think I will be able to explain it. So basically, the Akashic Records are a dynamic repository containing information about each and every soul on its journey. So the journey in this lifetime, all your past lives, and in between your lives is too. Plus there's also your possible futures are contained in this library. And I would say that the Akashic Records can be viewed as a dynamic and organic field of memory. It contains also all your thoughts, anything we've said or done, anything we're intending to do. And because the records are organic, they change when you change. So, for example, if I've opened up your records, Jen, and we're in the records together and a possible future comes forward for you, you can then choose to take action and bring that future into reality. Or you can actually decide, no, I'm actually going to go on a totally different path. And the choice is always going to be yours. So the Akashic Record keepers and guides always give us free will. They always bring forward the beautiful message that you are a powerful co-creator and you have the ability to choose how to move forward in your life. So to reiterate, each person has their own records of their soul journey from the past, present, future, what they did between lives. And the information contained in the Akashic Records is normally downloaded into your energy field when your soul is ready for certain learning or growth or evolution. And I think just to summarize, it's fair to call the records a vibrational archive system of thoughts, words, emotions, actions generated by the soul experience as it begins. And your record reader or guide, your earth representative, like someone like myself, translates this information, brings it forward for you, and then you're able to then act on that information. And I think it's also fair to say that the records are more than just a reservoir of information. It's not just a reservoir. The records are a resource for us to tap into and discover why we have certain patterns recurring in our lives. Example, we keep dating the same type of men or women over and over and over again, or we cannot lose weight, or we are dissatisfied with our careers, our jobs. We always attract the wrong friends. Some people have come to me with that problem. Or even that we cannot say goodbye to a destructive personality, someone who brings us down repeatedly, but for some reason we just can't let go of them out of our lives. So these are the kinds of things that we can discover inside the records, and we can also find out if perhaps we're a starseed. In other words, have you incarnated in another galaxy? And if so, what does that mean to this lifetime, and what gifts will you be bringing forward? You can also find out what is your soul mission or purpose in this lifetime. And I personally also work with people who wish to clear their karma, and we do that actually inside the records. And I also help them on their road to discovering their magical, innate spiritual gifts.
There was a lot there, Catherine. So to be fair, for sure, you are a very seasoned Akashic record reader. You know a lot. So may I ask, how did you even begin to find out about the Akashic records?
It's an interesting question because many people say to me they've never heard of Akashic records. What is that? And I remember that day that I heard about the records so long ago now. But it was just like a light switch went off in my head. Boom! I need to know every single thing about this word Akashic records. It was like something lit up inside of me, and I can tell you how I help people to access the Akashic records. Yeah, because so many people come to me and say, they read a book on how to access records and it's just not happening. They read about this and it's just not, they can't get a connection. So I need to explain why. So firstly, you need to prepare your body to receive this very high vibrational information from the 11th dimension. And to give you some perspective about what that means. So for example, we're in the 3rd dimension, and this can be feeling very heavy, low vibrational at times. There's a lot of loss here, betrayal, guilt, shame, so many difficult emotions and experiences that we have here. Now, let's consider the 5th dimension, for example. Now, a lot of people, I think, on this call will know roughly what the 5th dimension is, and they'll know that it feels like heaven. So if you've ever had a day when just everything went so well for you, you had the best day ever, everything was just fantastic, everything was synchronistic, that can mean you actually spent the day in the 5th dimension. So that's really, really wonderful. And I do help people to stay in the 5th dimension by help them to activate their Merkaba. So that's one of the workshops that I do to help you stay in the 5th dimension. That's where I wake up every day. 5th dimension, yeah, let's go. But then let's just bring back to my original discussion about dimensions. The 6th dimension is where we dream. Everything is possible. Everything is fluid. But you can also feel quite spacey in the 6th dimension. It can feel unreal and you can feel off balance there. And then, so imagine that's just the 6th dimension. So imagine jumping all the way up to the 11th dimension. Can you imagine how much of a gap that is? And so your body might not be ready to receive the high vibrational information from the record keepers and guides. So I tend to help them first by helping them activate their Merkaba, and that pushes you into the 5th dimension automatically. And your Merkaba, to describe that, is an energy field around your body that is ready to be activated whenever you are ready to do so. And it can be similar to imagining a spaceship around your body. You can program it to take you places on journeys. It can take you into different dimensions, that sort of thing. And that definitely helps pave the way to a very smooth connection with the record keepers and guides. So if you've read a book and tried to access the records and it's not quite happening for you, this could be the explanation. And I think it's also important to attend a workshop where, so for example, if you attended my workshop on how to actually access the records, I will take you through step by step of what to expect, how the record keepers and guides communicate with us, what are the protocols, as in, it's very important to be polite with them, because people can get pushed out of the records if they don't follow those certain protocols and things like that. And I go through many exercises with you so that you understand that you have definitely made a connection with the record keepers and guides. And I'll just show you what to look out for, the whole process, and hold your hand through this lovely journey. That's what I like to do anyway.
And it is a lovely journey. Thanks so much for sharing. And when it comes to like the first moment when you remember the words the Akashic records when it first comes into your life, I remember my experience as well. It's like I felt literally the universe was helping me, like drive me to people like yourself. There's actually one other player in this whole path that I was on at that time. And I didn't quite want to learn, for some reason, the Akashic records through her. She was so busy as an Akashic record reader. There's obviously a high demand for this line of work that I found out 6 months ago. And she said to me she could only book me in 3 weeks' time from when I actually messaged her. So that's when I found you, and then a few weeks later, you and I connected. So it was fantastic, right? It's really good, I think, to follow. If you have like some energy towards just understanding or knowing about the Akashic records more, please follow that, because that's obviously a push in the right direction for you to explore this beautiful way of just understanding more about yourself, seeing if you are on the right path in your business and your life in general. How it's helped me, and it might just also help the audience here just to understand a bit more. You do just sometimes struggle with big questions. More so in my business life, I've had the struggles and the hard decisions to make, because I've just been here, there, and everywhere, having businesses in China and England. And if I had access to Akashic records in my earlier business journey, then I'm sure I would be in a different position where I am now. I am happy where I am right now, but but once I had this knowledge of the Akashic records with the help of yourself, Catherine, like things have just made so much of a big difference in my life. So it's such a powerful way to communicate, to people who want to help you. You don't. I must admit, the last 6 months, I personally now don't feel on my own anymore. And depending on where you are on your own spiritual journey, because it can feel quite lonely on earth, and then you find out that actually you've never been alone on earth before. You're just beginning to realize and wake up to this whole team that you have around you all the time, that are rooting for you, that have you back, and are here to help you, guide you through those big decisions. So yeah, I just want to say thank you, Catherine, really, from bottom of my heart. It's like all the help and guidance and just knowledge around this area that you've given me in the last 6 months, because that's how long we've been working together, because it's just really opened up my life to just this whole new way of doing things in my business, on my own personal journey. And yeah, I just feel so much more connected. It's lovely. So again, as mentioned, guys, for those who are listening, if you are resonating with the Akashic records in any way, shape or form, Catherine is definitely the person for you to message. So we have touched upon like what to expect during an Akashic record reading, but do you find any sort of commonalities, like the sort of common questions that people like to ask when wanting to access their records?
Yeah, definitely. People do tend to focus on certain things like their soulmates. It's a very good question to ask in the records, if you're with the right soulmates, or are there any soulmates available for you. That can be a very good one. And career and business path is very, very important. Now, it's interesting that an Akashic record reading is for your soul journey. So it's different to a psychic reading, which focuses on the here and now. The Akashic record reading is about the whole picture. We look at the whole big picture of you, and therefore you can definitely ask about, which types of business people you should be working with, what you can learn about times that you are feeling trapped or subsumed or disappointed, times when you can't remember why you chose this particular family situation. Like, why did I choose that dad? The records can help you learn about and heal and clear up your emotional pain. We have access to your guides, beings of light, to keep an eye on you and all that information around you. And you can ask, I think it's quite good to ask about your mission and purpose as well. Yeah. So that can be seen as part of your career, part of your business path, those sorts of things. Yeah, did I answer your question?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, because sometimes there might be, I mean, forgive me if I'm wrong, some anticipation or like maybe a slight fear about, well, what questions do I ask once you're there and you have full access to the record keepers and guys, like, what am I asking on here? So yeah, it might just have helped people who are maybe sort of thinking about what questions to ask. Yeah,
I've had people come forward and they haven't prepared any questions at all, and the guys just talk to them. They just download lots and lots of information. And I think it's worth noticing that there's an inherent intelligence in the Akashic records as well, and the guides will bring forward information for you that's going to be very helpful for you, but they won't bring forward any information that they believe you're not ready to hear yet, or that there's a reason why you shouldn't have that information. So they're quite selective about what they bring forward for you, and sometimes they don't answer a question. We just have to deal with that and say, okay, well, they know better than we do about these things. So, but they would bring forward information to bring forward opportunities, and think of the information as an energetic source of opportunity where we can open up to the infinite circle of divine potential, and where we can find guidance to create our own path, our own journey, and even create a brand new story for ourselves. They are very big on that. They'll often bring forward this information that you need to write a new story about what you want your life to look like. That is often what I do when I do the karma clearing as well for many people. At the end, the guides ask you to write down a new story of you. So you can imagine, here you are now, and here's your new story. And then the guides know where to take you and how to close that gap. But if you don't write your new story, then where do you go? You don't know where you're going. There's nowhere to take you.
Yeah, lovely. Yeah. I like that. I know you're very big on sort of client confidentiality. You can't quite share exactly what happens when accessing the Akashic record readers. So records, sorry. So I can sort of share my story just to again give more of a insights for the audience today. So I had questions around my twin flame connection, and I had no idea how I pulled him in, why I had to pull him in, why he was in my life. And I was just like completely overwhelmed by what do I do with this connection. But I don't know how I realised he was my twin flame. But anyway, long story short, the Akashic Records was also just around in my life at that time. And, you know, this is when I was in conversation with yourself, Catherine. So into the records, you helped me access them. And I asked the big question, is he really my twin flame? Yes, he was. And then what am I supposed to do with this twin flame connection? Okay, my question was answered at the time. And, you know, should we still be together? Because anyone who knows a twin flame connection, it's not always straightforward. Saying this with love, my twin, by the way, if you are listening. But yeah, it's quite a challenging connection, obviously different to a soulmate connection. So for me, that's how it helped me. But I've also accessed the records. I've learned how to do access records myself. And I will use that if I really need to for my own business. I've been in flow now for a very long time, so I don't feel I need to have any big questions on my side answered. But if you're struggling or at a crossroads, or just feeling quite overwhelmed with a love connection or business decision or a family challenge, like Kathy, you've mentioned a few sort of situations already, that's when the Akashic Records really comes into play, because you can go to a real safe place through a fantastic guide like yourself, Catherine, to help you get there. And you just have it feels like a whole weight has been lifted off your shoulders, because they will guide you as to what you need to know at that time. And as you mentioned, Catherine, sometimes you don't always get told what you want to hear, and they only tell you what you can handle. Is that right? Yeah.
That's a good way of putting it, Jen.
Okay. Yeah.
But then there's a second way of using the Akashic Records. So you can go and ask about your own business. Should I be dealing with this person? Should I sell this product? Should I sell this service? That sort of thing. But then you can also ask. You can also add Akashic Record readings to your own. Add another string to your bow.
Yes.
So you can. So if you're already doing hypnosis, like the lovely Sarah Canwright will be speaking later today, she already did hypnosis, then she learned how to access the records. And now she goes in, checks on somebody's records, sees what the problem is, where it's come from, and then she can tailor a hypnotic program for that person to help them achieve amazing results. And the same with Moira, for example, you mentioned her earlier. Again, the Akashic Records helped her to go in to the women's records, find out what's going on, and then improve the healing. And Lara will be speaking later today, the lovely Lara. She does entity healing as well as the Akashic Records. I do the karma clearing as well as the Akashic Records. So often the guides lead the person who's accessing the records to a different path, or to add different things together to make a new something. So it can be very, very magical and help everybody with their outcomes, their improved outcomes.
Yes, fantastic.
Very magical.
Yes. In fact, we are all connected actually on this call through the Akashic Records, and for good reason as well, because we're all individuals. We all have different offerings with our services that we bring. and to help others in the world. But yeah, we are all connected by the Akashic Records, which is lovely. So again, if you are resonating with the whole Akashic Record reading aspect, then yeah, Catherine is your awesome lady. So if someone wanted to learn more from you, what would you suggest, Catherine?
Okay, well, we do definitely start with the process of helping them to, well, I think the best thing to do would be the 8-week course that I do offer is really the best place to start, because we take you through your higher self workshop, the Merkabas level 1 and 2, and then on to actually doing the readings. So that's going to prepare your body, soul, and mind and be able to receive this information, and then have all the benefits of it. So that's what I would suggest is for a start. Everything's available on my website, Catherine, KATHERINE -TACK .co.uk. I've got all my courses available there. But I just wanted to end with one last magical thing about the record keepers and guides.
Yeah, feel free,
another thing that they do is you can actually ask them to bring to you your soul clients, and they do that all the time. So I'll have a reading with somebody, and they'll just say to me at the end, I was so drawn to connect to you personally and have my reading done by you personally, and I'm so glad I did. It's like we just the guides have brought to me the right people, and you can do that yourself as well. So you can, once you're in the records, you can actually speak to the guides and say to them, please just bring the right soul business people to me. And it just feels incredibly magical to meet up with people that are on the same page as you. And yeah, and I just also wanted to mention that there's a huge call for new Akashic record readers. So the record keepers and guides tell me all the time they're very keen for more and more earth people, earth guides to come forward and become Akashic record readers, because it's not only going to help themselves, the people around them, but it's also going to help you with Mother Earth. Help Mother Earth with her transformation. So all our work today and our mission and purpose can also be linked to saving Mother Earth or assisting on her new magical transformation. So everything's connected. So humans are connected, Mother Earth is connected, we're connected to the guides, and on the 11th dimension as well. And it's we all work together for superior outcomes.
Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, going back to how the Akashic Record access and the Akashic Records and the guides there, and them sort of guiding you to the right person or right client story going to you if you are the coach. There's nothing better than just working with a soul clients. Like everything just feels just amazing. So before I met Catherine, I was in the health, fitness and wellness space naturally, because I was being, as a indoor cycling studio owner and instructor since 2012. And when I made the switch to this new niche, things just changed because I had access to the records, and I still do, should I choose. I want to for my own benefit. But it does so nice when you work with the right clients, for sure. So that's a very, very good thing for you to mention. So thanks, Catherine.
Thanks, Jen.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, we've learned so much about the Akashic Records today, so thank you ever so much. It's been awesome, and they are there for you to access should you want to. I mean, no pressure from us at all. If you are just curious, even so, just keep it in mind. We are always around. But let's say you are sort of struggling right now, and you're just like at a crossroads, and you feel a little bit sort of overwhelmed by maybe a decision you need to make, like, are you on the right business path? Because that is definitely a question I feel that comes through a lot. You do have a fantastic gift, and it is the Are You on the Right Business Path questionnaire. So for those who are here on the call, you have registered, which is awesome. If you are watching this right now on Facebook or maybe YouTube, and you haven't registered for your 7 free gifts that come with registering for this particular summit today, message me, I'll drop the link, and you can get the 7 gifts. So Catherine's gift is Are You on the Right Business Path? And within 25 questions, you will know within a few minutes if you are on the right business path. Now, I haven't been on the right business path in my 10 years of being a business owner, I must admit. and I could have done with this tool years ago. And what does it feel like to be on the wrong business path? Well, stress, depression, anxiety, and obviously worst case scenario, but complete burnout, which led to my depression. I was just doing way too much, expanding businesses from China to England, having a baby and all that time. It was affecting my marriage at the time, and it was like I could have done with some help from the and guidance from the Akashic Records team if I knew about them at that time. But obviously I need to go through all that to help you guys today. So if you are just like, as mentioned, at a crossroads and you just like don't know where to turn, feel free to enjoy the quick few minutes answering the questions on that questionnaire, the Are You on the Right Business Path tool, and it will at least help you identify if you need to make changes in your life, because it is obvious if you're not on the right business path, but sometimes you just need to be told either by a tool or by a record keeper or a coach like us, right, there are other ways of doing things in your life to make you feel that you are back on the right path. Because obviously, naturally, if you're on the right path with your business journey and with your life in general, you will feel a lot happier. So we want you to be at your natural happy state. That's all we are here to do, to get you back to your good self. So, yeah. Awesome. Any other?
Thank you, Jen.
Any other closing comments at all, Catherine? Anything else you might wish to add?
I just wanted to say thank you so much for putting together the summit. It's
Yes.
a very, very magical place, and I hope everybody gets the benefits out of it that they should do.
Yes.
And thank you, and welcome everyone. Hello.
Yes, there'll be many people watching the
thank
replay. So again, if you're watching the replay, fantastic. More information will be sent if you are just about to register. And this will be going on YouTube, so I will be sending the information at a later date as and when. So, Catherine, thanks ever so much. You've been a star as always. Thank you for your time, your effort, and your energy as always. And we'll catch up soon. I'm going to now press pause on this. Not so much the recording. I'm just going to shut down the video, and we can all have a comfort break, and then we can start again at 1 p.m. with the lovely Moira. Thanks, Catherine. See you soon. Bye. I believe I am now live. Hi, this is Jen Lillian. Welcome to the Soul Central Facebook group. If you're watching here, then awesome. You might also be watching from YouTube. If you are, say hi, big hello on that platform if you're there. And also, you might have registered for this event. And if that's the case, I might even be seeing you on Zoom. So let me know where you're tuning in from, if you can hear me okay. And I'm just about to let the lovely Moira in. Hello, Moira. Hello, Moira.
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
Hold on. I'm all right, thank you. I'm not used to this kind of stuff. A bit like, but I'm okay.
That's absolutely fine. You're looking lovely today. Yes.
Oh, thank you. Look, I've got a kind of kimono snipe thing on.
I love it. I love it so much. Yes. Fantastic.
You.
Just to let you know, we are recording. So yeah, I've just thanks so much, Moira, for coming. We are going live at the moment from YouTube. So if you are from YouTube right now, feel free to say hello. I've also just created a whole new event because Facebook kicked me off. So if you are tuning in from Facebook as a live video, then awesome. Lovely to see you there at the Soul Central Facebook group. And if you have registered for the first ever online Soul Central Summit, you are here possibly on the online call via Zoom on the link, or you could be watching the replay. So whichever version, make sure you do say hi. I really do appreciate everyone that comes in on the live or does watch the replay. It's awesome to see you and have you here with us today. So a little bit about the Soul Central online summit, and then we'll go over to you, Moira, with your awesomeness. And then if anyone did want to sort of find more information and have any extra helps, tips and tricks when it comes to whatever it is that we'll talk about in the next half an hour, then feel free to message me either on the channel that you are on right now, but the best bet really is to catch me on Facebook. So I am and can be found under Jen Lillian, and that's with 2 L's for Lillian, Jen Lillian. So yes, as mentioned, like today is the first ever online spiritual summit for Soul Central, and I'm super excited just because I feel, hello Catherine again, good to see you. I feel I have gathered the awesome coaches that have basically touched my life in some way, shape or form. Like you guys, from the bottom of my heart, have really helped me in leaps and bounds when it comes to just so many different areas of my business, but more so my business, because I know that my soul's purpose is to do, the whole business thing. And for those who are just completely brand new to me and my world and Soul Central and the coaches that we have on today, my backstory is I've been in business now for 10 years in August. So I started out as an indoor cycling instructor, and then I set up my first 2 indoor cycling studios in Shanghai, China. And then I came to Leeds in 2014 and I set up another 2, but my 2 then failed. And that was right at the same time as becoming a mum and everything else. So I do have, sort of authority when it comes to business. And this is where, like 6 months ago, because I've naturally gravitated from health, fitness and wellness to now spiritual side. This is where the coaches that you're going to be seeing today, guys, we're live on the replay, have helped me. And in what ways am I talking about? I've really learned a lot about energy work, more so in the last 6 months. And Moira, you have helped me on so many levels. We're going to go into a deep dive into what you do in a moment. But energy has always been there. But I think when you're growing up as a kid, it's not really spoken about, depending on what corner or what circle you are around when you grow up. So what you've taught me over the time I've known you, because I'm a mum of a 6-year-old, I now pass over to him. So it's like infectious. All the work that you do, all the stories that you have to say, and you're just understanding of things that are just going on that you don't really know about growing up as a kid, I now pass on to my son. So I just wanted to say, Maura, thank you for all that you do so far and the impact and the dent you've made in my world for the better. Because I just hang off your every word, everything that you say about, the planets out there and, where we come from when it comes to like talking about star seeds and that sort of thing. It just enriches me. And I'm waking up, I'm one of those new people that have just, stumbled across this. I've always been spiritual, I feel. But yeah, more so it's been accelerated by the help of yourself and others on this call today. So thank you, Maura. We are here. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, did you have anything to say? Sorry, yeah.
No, just
Oh,
lovely to be here. Really
oh.
lovely energy today,
Oh,
and it's a pleasure to be here.
I didn't even realise I didn't even have my video on. There you go. You can see me now.
Don't worry. I was thinking I'm going to be talking to your photo, even though it's a very beautiful photo, but I prefer talking to you.
Of course, yeah. I'll have to make a note so next time I jump on the live. Yeah, so we are here today, you and I, Moira, to basically learn and discover really the ancestral blocks and the blocks that are sort of making it difficult and challenging for whether it's your life or your business or both, basically. And because if you are dealing with blocks and challenges in your life, it can spill over to your personal life if it is like a challenge that you face in your business, or vice versa, really. But this is more so on the business side for the whole call today. But you do a lot of work around higher self. Now, higher self is a term that I would think that even the majority would have like known about or heard about or maybe have some idea about. But when it comes to the higher self or your higher self, who are we and what are we actually referring to, Maura?
So the higher self is your basically your soul's consciousness. So your body obviously houses your soul, but your higher self is there with you this lives, knows everything about you, knows how to help you forward, and is in contact with God's source, whatever you'd like to call it, angel of grace. So it has divine knowledge at all times, and it can help you, but it can't necessarily just step in. Because of free will, you have to basically ask it for its help. So connecting to your higher self is a really good exercise to be able to get into in order to access plethora of information, a very, very, the highest frequency information that you can get hold of to help you shift blocks in this life and help you to be all that you are and at the highest frequency that you can be as well.
Yeah, fantastic. I mean, you sound very connected already. Have you always been this way? Have you always been like an open spiritual person since a kid? Like, to maybe tell us more about your journey, your story growing up and stuff.
Yeah. So I started really when I was about 12. My sister had a book on reincarnation, and I was brought up Catholic, but I didn't know that reincarnation and Catholicism didn't go at the time, but honestly it just felt so natural when I read this book, and it resonated with me. So that was my first kind of moment of realizing something different to just you're on this earth, and if you're a sinner you go to hell, and if you're good you go to heaven. And then when I was 21 I moved to Brighton. I moved away from home. I left my degree in the last year because it all just started just crumbling down basically. And then when I moved to Brighton, I then went through my darkest night where I knew that I was going through some kind of spiritual shift, although I had no mentor to talk to me about it. So I had no idea what this was, but I knew that if I didn't move out of this house or this situation that I was in, which wasn't a horrible situation, that I would go through some kind of crisis, and I did. And at that point, my friend, who's not very spiritual at all, or wasn't at that time, because this is many years ago now, she said, I've booked you into this spiritual fair. So I went with my then boyfriend. There was a lady talking basically about the darkest night and all of this. I just sat there kind of going, oh my God, this is exactly what I'm going through. So afterwards, whilst we were in another talk, she was sitting there and I kind of just shimmied up to her and asked her, does this feel like this is the darkest night of the soul for me? And she said, yes, everything I've described. And it just made me feel like, oh, I'm not alone. This is a normal thing for spiritual people. There's probably most people on the earth, unless you've only been here, say, a few times and you're not at that point yet, because we're all at different stages. And then I met this lovely lady called Letty who had a crystal stand there who taught crystal healing, crystal therapy. And my boyfriend then held a crystal and then passed it to me. And she said, oh no, I need to check if I need to cleanse it first. And it doesn't need cleansing. That's unusual because normally when you work with crystals, if someone touches it, the crystal already starts to work to clear you. But for some reason, it didn't need clearing. And it was then when I held that crystal that then everything, and from that day, it started kind of flooding in. So this love of crystals, this love of meditation. I then over the next few years, then got my own flat. So I then did my crystal therapy course and broke up with that then boyfriend. So I was going through all this massive turmoil, but doing the crystal therapy, crystal healing just kept me on a really, really as even keel as you possibly can do when you're going through like a really deep breakup and you're also going through, coming out of the darkest soul, darkest night, I should say. So yeah, and then since then I have done lots of different healing modalities. So I've done vortex healing work, which I still use now. So I work very much with Merlin in my work, and I create structures, that kind of thing, which healing work, and I also did Rohani celestial healing, and more recently, and other modalities as well. But more recently, I trained with Catherine, who's on the call now, from Abundance Magic, for Akashic Records and also Merkaba. So I teach Merkaba. And I also read Akashic Records, and I bring in my Akashic Records as well when I do my channeled healings, anything like that. So now, for the moment, I feel as though it's like a beautiful, complete package. But has it always been that I felt awakened? No, not at all. I think it's been quite a long road. And obviously, I got married and had children, very happily. And I think that the healing, although I've always still done the healing, it has kind of taken a bit of a sideline because I had to, I was looking after my kids all the time and there for them all the time. So I had the privilege of being able to do that. But now that they're a bit older, I'm now fully plugged in to like, right, come on then, I want to go and heal the world. I know I can't, but just help people to raise their awareness massively and help them go from the 3D shift that the earth is going from to the 5D shift. And that's pretty much my mission.
Yeah, fantastic, great share. I mean, when you were in Brighton at the time, it's probably a very good thing that you were, because Brighton, I can imagine, is just one of those hubs in the UK that everyone's just a little bit quirky and different, and just like, yeah, they do what they do, right? So that's the impression I get of Brighton.
Sydney.
Yeah.
Awesome. It's definitely got very, very. It's actually Aquarius city, I've been told, and I'm Aquarius, so that's probably why I really enjoyed it. But it also can be very fluctuating in energy. It's not necessarily very grounded, and I think I suit better to be like where I am now, which is Middlesex. Lots of greenery and grounding, as well as water as well. But no, it's an amazing place to live. Really good fun.
Is it matched up with like Sedona? I think Sedona is a place as well where the energies are right, and you end up having that collaboration with spiritual people. I think that's the Sedona of the UK, isn't it? Brighton, possibly. Bit off topic, but where
might be. I haven't been to.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Sorry, I haven't been to Sedona, so I don't know.
Oh, okay, fair enough. I've only heard you. I've never actually been to Sedona myself, but yeah. I do find there are. I mean, off topic here, but there are certain places where you can go, where you just feel connected, right? In my experience, I definitely felt connected to London. Definitely felt connected to Shanghai when I first got there. Where I am right now with my boyfriend, I don't feel that connected to this place, but it's good to have that contrast. Sometimes you can just turn up to somewhere and just go, wow, I like this, and whether you can articulate it or not, maybe you needed to be there for a certain person to meet, or a certain session for you to attend or something. So yeah, it's good that it sounds like Brighton. Would you agree, disagree, sort of started things off for you? Would you say?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think it was bringing stuff up before I had any relationship issues, and then I had relationship issues. They were just like, oh, I think what it was is that all stuff I hadn't been able to work on when I was a child because I didn't have the tools or the mentor or the healers, was then just coming straight up into my face, especially because when I did my degree, I did illustration, and really looking back, I should have done fine art. I should have listened to my teacher who said, do fine art. Didn't listen to him because I like to think I know best, not all the time, but I did then. And yeah, it just brought up a lot of self-esteem and self-worth, and kind of not really listening to yourself, being disempowered. So not just from this life, this would have been from past lives as well. So I think it all just came up. So it was actually divine timing now, looking back, as they always say, when you look back, it was a really good thing that I split up with my then boyfriend. I then went fully into healing, did part-time work, had my own flat. It was actually an idyllic set up really for being able to go into spiritual awakening of that time, because that was obviously a long time ago, and the energies now are a lot faster and more vigorous than they were then. So you can achieve a lot more in a shorter space of time now than I could then before. When I was in Brighton, it did feel as though I was a bit in kind of molasses. When you're trying to create something, it felt as though it took years for me to create what I wanted to create.
Sorry,
whereas now,
is that because of where we are right now on Earth, in terms of like, okay, yeah, gotcha.
Yeah, I think so. And also, it was also my path as well. I remember having a reading from a lady, Leela Beck. I'm not sure if she's still with us or not, but she was an amazing reader. And she's basically said you're going to be single for 5 years, and without your full-term partner for 5 years. I was thinking, no, I don't think she's right. But she was right. I didn't meet my now husband for 5 years, but my brain couldn't accept that at the time. So I was only 25. I was thinking, what? So it was but yeah, I remember trying to create things like moving to London from Britain, and it just took ages. Everything just took so long, whereas now things just seem to be a lot faster.
Yeah, fair enough.
Don't know if you've experienced that.
Yeah, sorry, Maura. It's good when you can look back and connect all those dots. You know, that person came into my life for that reason, and that led to this and that, and here we are today. So yeah, it's all good. Lovely story. Okay, cool. So for those who are interested in connecting with their higher self, like how would you even begin to connect with your higher self? Because again, for most people, they wouldn't even know that it's important or a good thing for them to be in connection with their higher self. So what would you suggest there?
So there's a couple of ways of doing it. I mean, there's lots of ways of doing it, but there's one method that Catherine teaches, and I teach as well, which is the higher self connection, which is part of Abundance Magic. So if anyone wants that link, it's a free whole page on exercises to do for 45 days in order to really connect with your higher self. And there's also a meditation on there called the Axis meditation, which literally connects you to the crystalline core of Mother Earth. You then open your chakras, you then connect up to the sun behind the sun, bring down that beautiful energy. So you are already open and not in your normal state of not necessarily open. And then being in a meditative state really helps you to connect with your higher self, asking your higher self for help, asking questions to your higher self specifically. Higher self, I have this issue, what can you advise me to do? And then your higher self can come in more easily. But it's about having just that still in the mind. And so, for example, I quite often will work with my higher self by doing crystal meditation, just by holding a crystal. I teach how to do this. So if anyone needs to know that, holding a crystal, just feeling it going into your body, feeling really relaxed, and your mind is going into that still point state. And then you can ask your higher self or even the crystal a question, and it will start coming through. I find that a really effective way to meditate when you're working with a crystal, because you can't help but be able to switch off quite well when you're working with crystals. Obviously, I'm like, I've been described as the crystal lady before. I'm sure I'm not the only crystal lady, obviously, because there's lots of us, which is lovely. But I just resonate really well with them. But even just holding a crystal in your hand for 5 minutes a day, you're going to then start tuning in. And then, as I said, that 45-day exercise is really good. Just asking your higher self just basic questions to begin with, and starting to trust in your higher self, a yes, no, or neutral answer for your questions. And then you can start going in and asking more in-depth questions as well. And things like, for example, when you're working from your higher self, this is a really good example that Catherine gave, was imagine you are about to get into a traffic accident, but you avert it. That's your ego that literally is protecting you, because your ego is set up to protect you, and from past traumas it learns, okay, how can I protect her best? But your higher self, if you were in contact with it and you weren't meant to be in the car crash, would have stopped you going in that direction in the first place. So that's a really good example of how the difference is between the two.
Okay, I would love your seal of approval, because as you mentioned earlier, there are many different ways of connecting to your higher self. So before I met yourself and Catherine, I was told to connect to my higher self by standing up and asking a question, whatever it is it might be, and then yes, if you were to move forward would be the yes, sorry, and then moving back would be, is that okay?
Yeah, that's a really good one. That's the kinesiology one. So I actually use that when I do theta healing. So that's a really good way as well. And it's actually quite a foolproof way. But if you're asking lots of questions, by the time that you've swayed forwards and backwards a few times, you feel
yes, yeah.
Or there's another one. There's another one as well with kinesiology, which works for me. I don't know if everyone is allowed to do this for themselves. I don't know if the kinesiologists recommend it. But if you put your arm out straight, imagine it's in front of me, and a yes stays still, and a no bounces. So you do that with your other fingers, so without prodding too much. And I found that one quite effective as well. But really straight your arm, so that it's kind of like it has a little bit of a bounce to it, but very straight. But yeah, that's also another way of doing it. But when you learn how to have symbols, for example, when you do the 45-day one, you learn, if you're visual, you get symbols. So for example, I'm more physical when I connect to my higher self for some reason, even though I'm a really visual person. So normally for me, it would be a yes would be my eyes kind of going down, a no would be a cross, and a maybe is them going in some kind of circular motion. But I've asked my higher self as well to give me symbols, because you can work with your higher self in that way of saying, give me a symbol, give me a physical sign. And with symbols, for me, they're very boring. It's just a green tick, a red cross, and a wavy line for if they're not sure, basically. So a neutral kind of answer. So you can play around with that.
So you get in your third eye for your clients?
Yes, so I have my eyes shut. So everything I see is in my mind's eye. I don't see like auric fields and like that at this moment in time. It's probably for a reason. Maybe I will do in the future. But yeah, it's very, I'm more clairvoyant in that way.
Okay. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Okay. Cool. It's nice to actually be in connection with your higher self, because something that Catherine and I touched upon on our call together. Sarah, by the way, just seen you jumped on. Hello. Is that
Hi.
Hey,
Good
you
to see
okay?
you.
Yeah, good to see you. Is like there's this theme, I think, before you start waking up, I would say, you can feel quite lonely on earth. You have no idea why, or why you're supposed to be here. And it's when you actually meet, I think, the right like-minded people that you start to feel connected. And I think when I found the Akashic Records, I then started to learn about my higher self, and everything just started to snowball. And it's just this comforting feeling that you've got like these go-to tools in your toolbox, in your spiritual toolbox, that you can use should you feel stuck in your life, in your coaching business, whatever it is that it might be. So I really do appreciate everything that comes through from you guys, because I take it on. I'm like a sponge when I listen to you all. It's just so nice, and it's all positive, tools that we can quite easily use, and people have a lot of access to. Not so much crystals. That's obviously a little bit more different, maybe, to what people might be used to. But the whole like maybe leaning forward, leaning back, or what you just mentioned about the arm, that's quite good. But obviously, you must do things that you feel is natural to you. So I mean, Maura, if someone is really questioning about, like, I really want to get in touch with my higher self, I feel it's important, I need to do it, and they don't really know the best way to do that for themselves, like, is that what you can help with? Like, for example, people do have, I think we all have our spiritual gifts, don't we? But people are obviously stronger in different ways than others, right? So you obviously are more visually safe. You do sometimes close your eyes and you see in your third eye. Yeah. How would you, maybe you can walk us through something, like how would you bring the best out of someone's higher self?
I would say it is about that meditation, doing the access practice. So this is all on that lovely abundance magic site, and it's that 45-day of awakening. So it's the higher connection is what it's called. And what you would do is you do that for the 45 days, or if you're still struggling with the connecting with your higher self, that we actually do run a course as well. It's like either a one-to-one or in a workshop of how to really, really get in there and access the higher self. Quite often it's about, if someone is struggling, it would be maybe the ego is coming in and trying to say, no, you can't do it, you can't do it. Or it could be a life block, or it could be a block from this life. Time there, but the safest and probably most thorough way of doing it is by doing that 45-day exercise where you're asking questions every day from your higher self. But to be honest, when I started tuning into my higher self, I just got visuals straight away. So some people do, but it's really avoiding asking very important questions to begin with, because you need to learn to trust your higher self, and your ego needs to learn to trust your higher self. And whenever asking the question, you say higher self and not anything else, then you are literally, as soon as you say higher self, what is blah blah blah, then you are connecting to your higher self. So it's very, very important. And just sitting there meditating, so I don't know if you've tried doing this, Jen, with the connecting of your higher self with your higher self. As long as you're in a really, really lovely meditative state, as I said earlier, if you've got a crystal in your hand, you're doing some lovely breathing exercises. You could even do mindfulness breathing, and kind of like, okay, this is feeling really nice now. You haven't got many thoughts, you haven't got any worry, you're present in the moment. Then you could go in and start asking higher self, should I go to the beach today? Or would it be wise for me to wait until tomorrow to go to the beach for whatever reason, if there was something that was going to stop you going to the beach? Say it was going to be stormy, or the traffic would be bad. And it can then start giving you advice. But it's just building up on that trust, and it depends on where the person's at in their spiritual path, because some people get it like that, and other people it takes longer, and that's absolutely fine. So whatever works best for you. But I'd definitely start with the 45-day training for sure, and just you can dip in and out with crystals as well.
Yeah.
But I also do guided one-to-ones, as in I do one-to-one sessions with crystals. So that's a really nice way of kind of getting into and sensing crystals, and it's a nice way of letting your higher self come in, with it being very flowy, non-rigid kind of method as well.
Yeah, fantastic. I like that. Yeah, I mean, most of the audience today will be an online coach. They've got either a spiritual practice or a practitioner, healer, or therapist. And there can be times, as we all are online coaches ourselves, where you just don't know where to turn. You feel overwhelmed. You have no idea what to do and who to turn to. That's when, if I'm right in saying, Maura, that's when you can connect to your higher self and get those questions answered. Is that right? Is that when the best time to use that?
Yes, but I'd say you would need to be in it. Sorry, you would need to be in a calm state. If you're in a flap, then anything, you know what I mean, your ego could still try and put up a front if you were in a flap. So you would very, very much do breathing technique. You could do the in for 4, out for 4, out for 6, that kind of thing for a short while, and then you could connect to your higher self. If you're not used to connecting to your higher self, then I would just probably do more of asking your higher self, right, higher self, I need help with this. Show me ways in which I can get through this. Show me new avenues, new people that can help me, or people that can help me, support me with this situation. And then you could sit there with a crystal, just literally just breathing, holding the crystal, make sure it's cleansed, and that will start calming you down. So that's a nice way of kind of, if you're in that moment, you just calm yourself down, do breathing, always breathing, crystal, and then you can ask your higher self. Or, it's just ideally not being in a flat when you're trying to communicate with your higher self, because it just doesn't really work as well.
Completely resonate with that, because we tend to find as online coaches, we are high achievers as a collective group of people, and the stress is usually not far away when it comes to running a business, and it's quite hard to sometimes just stop in your tracks and think about, okay, I need to start breathing deeply and just reset and calm down, recalibrate and get yourself centered again. And like you say, it's only then, after you've really centered yourself, you can then start asking questions to your higher self, should you need to.
Sorry. And also being out in nature, forgot to say that, really, really important. So being out in nature with or without a dog, if you haven't got a dog, doesn't matter, and you're walking mindfully. So you're walking on the ground and you're imagining sending love to Mother Earth, and then receiving love from Mother Earth, really grounding, really connecting. And that there is also where you can connect to your higher self. So go for a long or a short walk, however long you feel you need to get all that stress out. So it could be even a power walk for 5-10 minutes. And then you sit down, find a spot, and then you just tune into Mother Earth, you tune into the trees around you, and then you can ask your higher self. So I think that would work quite well for people who are in a high stress situation like you are a lot of the time. Just get out there, do something physical, and then you can your whole body can then really calm down, your mind can then calm down, and your soul can then just come in, and your higher self just goes, right then, Jen, or whoever it is, this is what we need to do. I think a lot of people would find that method really, really good as well.
Yeah,
where
were you a few years ago, Maura? Because like my life, even though I had very great success in my business when I refer to my time in China, but in terms of like these go-to techniques, I had nothing. Like I was on my own out there with my husband, fair enough, but like just doing all the business stuff without no mentor, no coaches on you, like you online at tap. It was just like I was doing everything. And when you haven't got the right mindset towards business, anyone I think can make money, but it's like dealing with the stress when it comes to running the business. And it's like, knowing what to do when you are experiencing heightened stress levels and anxiety. And obviously, on worst case scenario, my experiences of running multiple businesses led to business burnout and then depression. But I feel I'm now here to help other people don't get as far into that sort of dark rabbit hole. Like that's when I found my dark night of the soul, as you referred to at the beginning. That was my dark, couple of years it was experiencing all that sort of stuff. But now I've learned so much, and obviously what you guys are offering on this call throughout the 6 hours today is just so invaluable, because it would have just saved me back in those days, my marriage, because unfortunately I lost my marriage over it. So if you are an online coach right now and you're just dealing with the stress and you're not too sure exactly where to turn when it comes to your business, like take on board what Maura is saying right now, because it's so important just to really just breathe. And I remember when I saw my NLP practitioner at the time, because I was pregnant and everyone got really worried about me. I remember her saying to me, just learn to breathe. And I looked at her and I thought, you have no idea what's going on in my life. You're telling me to breathe. It was just, I was so like naive at the time, but really the soundest advice ever. But I just wasn't there to listen to her at the time. I just didn't know what she meant, really. Now I know. It's like, oh, if I could, her name was Janet. It was Janet, and if I could see her now, I would have loved to say, I want to say thank you to her. But yeah, when you're really just stressed out and you've just got so much going on, like, you know, please just take on board, just take the time for yourself every day to relax, breathe, and connect with your higher self, because when you're in that connection, the flow comes through and your whole life just starts working again. And it's such a nice place to operate a business from, to have a relationship from, just to enjoy life from, right? So yeah, all good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Moira, thank you ever so much. I can't believe it. Half an hour has like sped by and we've just been through so much already. You are awesome enough to be offering a gift. And just for those who are tuning in either from YouTube or Facebook and you haven't quite registered because you're not on the Zoom call or watching the replay, if you wanted to have access to the 7 amazing gifts from all the coaches we have today on the summit call, then feel free to register. Moira, you are here today as you have a gift. It's around channeling, right? You are offering a healing session, is that right? Yeah, feel free to.
So it's a channeled, yes, Akashic record reading, but also with channeled bespoke meditation for the person, which is a healing as well. So I tend to do a bit of healing whilst I do the Akashic records as well. Yeah. And whilst they're in there, or whilst we're in, I'm in their records and their record keepers and guides are coming in, it gives us really beautiful clarity as to where they're at right now, what their soul, what their higher self wants them to be doing. Yeah. And then we can work out a plan if they want a plan afterwards to help them progress in their business in every area of their life. So yeah,
fantastic. Well, thanks ever so much for sharing that awesome gift with everyone. Again, if you do want that, feel free to register. You have until midnight tonight to register to get not only Moira's awesome gift, but all the other gifts that we have today for you to attend today's summit to say thank you, or if you are watching the replay. And again, as mentioned, please take on board what everyone does say here today throughout the 6 hours, because it's just such invaluable nuggets that you can, you know, just enjoy, use, strategies in your business that will make a huge difference in your life. Don't feel you're on your own. Don't feel stressed out. You don't need to. You are here to help others, but you need to help yourself before you can help others. And that's what we are all here for us to do, to help you first. So there we are. Excellent. Do you have anything else to say, or should we end it there?
No, it's all fantastic. I was just going to say, I meant to say earlier, but activating my Merkaba, when I activated that, also made a humongous difference. So myself and Catherine, who was on just now from Abundance Magic, both teach the Merkaba. And the difference between not having my Merkaba activated to having it activated has been literally colossal. And all the doors that were shut before have opened, and I feel completely aligned. And I feel very much more 5D than 3D, so I can cope a lot better with all of the frequencies coming in. So that was the important thing to say about that and your higher self, because my higher self connection now is so much stronger. And that's so it's amazing.
Awesome. Yeah, great final points made. Definitely, I would definitely vouch for that as well. So awesome. Again, thanks, Moira. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, we'll end it there. And for those who want to continue watching, we have the lovely Heather Prince at 1:45, and we'll be talking about your struggles with a relationship, if that's where you are right now. But thanks again, Moira. Appreciate you, and we'll catch up soon. Thank you. Yep, see you soon, everyone. Thank you.
Bye.
I believe I'm now live. Hi. live. Hi, this is Jen Lillian. Hello and welcome back. My name is Jen Lillian. If you are brand new, then awesome. This is actually the first ever Soul Central Summit. Yes, June 10th, 2022, and we're all here today to celebrate our awesome gifts. And today we have the lovely Heather Prince. How you doing, Heather? You okay?
I'm fine, thank you. It's lovely to be here.
Yeah, fantastic. So, for those who are just joining in today, you might be on YouTube. And if you are on YouTube and you haven't quite registered, that's absolutely fine. We do have 7 gifts available to those who attend today. And for those who actually would like to watch the replay, feel free. Hi, Alex. How are you, by the way? Good to see you. So feel free to use the link, and then you'll get access to the 7 awesome gifts we have here for you. If you are tuning in from Facebook, then you may not have registered either, but if you would like to register for the 7 free gifts that we have on offer today, and also for you to have access to the full replay recording, then feel free to follow that link. You can register up until 12 o'clock midnight tonight. So a little bit about me if you're brand new to my world, and a little bit about the coaches and why we're all collaborating today. So hello, my name is Jen Lillian. I've been in business now since 2012. I celebrate my decade in business coming up in August of this year. And I've certainly have been met with the highs and lows of business. And I've experienced the great successes of business when it comes to making loads of money in a different country and gaining authority, and it was great. I've also experienced the nasties of business as well. So when it comes to the stress, the depression, anxiety, the horrible stuff that can come with business when you've got too much going on. And today is really about pulling together all the amazing coaches that have touched my heart on a deep level in some way, shape or form. And I feel like it's now my way of paying back, because you as an online coach, majority of us, we're all empaths, and we are all here to help other people along their journey. But we are here to help you to help them, because we most of the time put other people first, or a lot of everything else before you, when it comes to your business or your family, your children. So really take on board what every single coach here has to say and has to offer, because without certain tools and techniques in your box, I know in my journey, if I was to revert back a few years ago, I would have loved this sort of information. So I'm here to present to you these amazing, lovely souls with their awesome gifts that they bring to the world, and really depending on where you are on your business journey, on your personal journey, on your life and love journey, we are all here to help. We're all in this together. Sometime when you're out there in the public or general public, let's say, you're not so much understood from time to time, and I want this to be a great safe space for you to join in, say hi, share whatever it is you're struggling with, because it might be something we can help with just like that, with a quick simple tool, or it might be something you need help on a much deeper level when it comes to soul purpose. But we're all human at the end of the day, and we all come with our own set of challenges. So don't ever feel, as mentioned, you're on your own, because you're not. We've got your back. So when it comes to your love life, you might be an online coach, you might be a practitioner, a healer, a therapist, but it might be that you are also going through a breakup. I know I have as well, even I'm still married, but I have been separated now for like 4 years. A breakup can really make a heavy dent in your life, and it might end up affecting your business. It did me. I experienced all the stress, the burnout, the anxiety around running multiple businesses across 2 corners of the world. It really done me in, and I was having a baby at that time, and unfortunately my marriage didn't survive. And I don't want that for you. I'm not saying you're at that position, but you might be heading towards that situation. We don't know. But the lovely Heather Prince is here to share her story and her way of helping people through a breakup. So again, Heather, thanks ever so much for coming on and having your time with us today. And I really do appreciate you attending the first ever summit. Feel free to maybe discuss your story, like what brings you here today, and how have you come here today, and to share what you do right now with everyone else.
I'm honoured to be part of this summit, Jen. You are a fabulous energy, and you are an inspiration to many, I'm sure, that are watching this summit. Excuse me. I also was affected by my marriage ending, so my business suffered. And we've only got control over ourselves. We haven't got control over other people. And in my circumstance, after 34 years of being together, my ex had what I would call a midlife crisis, and the trust element in our relationship flew out the window. And once trust is gone, it's a very challenging thing to find yourself in that position. And he actually, for those that understand spirituality, he actually broke the spiritual contract of our marriage. And I was totally flummoxed by it. And I'd been with him since before the age of 16. So it was a lifetime. So I then had to find my way forward. And through that experience, through that journey of creating stepping stones forward, back into putting myself back together, because I literally, we talk about going to pieces, but I literally went to pieces and had to put myself back together again, and then go out into the dating world, something that I had no idea about because I hadn't been an adult dating. I'd been a young girl when I met him. So it was all very new to me, huge learning curve. And we are now really good friends. We've got 3 wonderful children, 8 fabulous grandchildren, and our kids have got married, and we've had grandchildren's birthday parties, and we've made it so that everybody's very comfortable around us. Nobody is feeling a negative energy. Nobody's treading on eggshells. Would say to me, "How did you do this, Heather? How did you get your life back on track? How can you be best friends with your ex after, you know, the circumstances?" Anyway, it got me to a place where I put my journey together, and I've called it Fearlessly Moving Forwards Method. And it's a 90-day method. And I know that lots of people ask the question, don't they? How long does it take to get over a breakup? Especially someone like me that was with him. He was my whole world. I was with him for 34 years. I adored every part of him. Well, it takes time. Now, there is a poll that's been done, and they say that the average time to heal is 3.5 months after a divorce, and they say more likely 1.5 years. But then there's another school of thought, which I personally go along with, that it's 6 months to every year that you've been with that person. So for me, it was a long time of repetitive self-awareness, repetitive work on my self-confidence, my self-esteem, my self-belief. All of those things came into play. And I've been teaching meditation for about 30 years now. Here I am in the energy studio where everybody came before lockdown, but they're all coming back next week, which is lovely. And connecting with the higher energies, it was given to me that the journey should relate to a starfish. And when you look at a starfish, it's got 5 legs to it. And when you've been in a relationship where somebody's told you that you're never going to amount to anything, or you've gained weight and you're fat and they don't fancy you anymore, or what you doing that course for? You're never gonna get anywhere with it. If anybody's ever done that, what they're doing is they're cutting off your self-confidence, they're cutting off your self-esteem, they're cutting off your self-respect, your self-belief, your self-love. And all of those can be regenerated with a starfish. It's clever. You cut off a little bit of that starfish, it regenerates. And that's what Spirit was showing me. Heather, show them how to become whole again. When you talk to Joe Blogs, they've got no idea about becoming whole again. But talking to people that have opened themselves up to reading The Secret, or having tarot readings, or they're open to the world of energy, they can understand that you need to become whole again. Because when we've experienced trauma, it's like gouging out a lump out of a whole melon. We need to put that back together again. Some people might call that soul retrieval. There's different names for different things. So you need to become whole before you date again. Because if you don't, what happens is, when I've done workshops and I've got people to write down each relationship, the same traits, the same patterns have been repeated, even though that person is a completely different person and they look completely different. But we've got little antennae that goes out, and we feel familiar with something that we recognize, but we don't always, we're not always self-aware about it. So we need to raise our vibration, so that therefore we become aligned to somebody who's aligned with us. And the main thing about that is self-love. And everyone thinks, oh, that's all about the ego. No, it isn't. It's about looking in the mirror and looking at yourself and really loving yourself. Because until you do that, how on earth can you expect someone else to love you?
That's really, really a great point, just to end that introduction to you, Heather. There was a lot there. Thank you ever so much. And thanks for sharing your journey, because sometimes this is such a painful topic to talk about. And sometimes people don't like to admit to themselves, or, you know, to whoever, that they've actually got a challenge or three in their relationship. And it's great that you guys, you described yourself and your ex as best friends. And I actually fall into that category myself. I have a very great, healthy relationship with my ex-partner. Well, he is still my husband, but ex-husband. And we are bringing up our 6-year-old together. But we are actually in a minority group. Most people do struggle to have that healthy relationship with their ex thereafter. But as you did mention, the point was, it does take time, and it's definitely a marathon, not a sprint. And we can help you, or yourself, Heather can help you get there if you like the idea of having a nice, I won't call it relaxing, but it's just a nice, healthy connection with your ex. Because I feel like whenever there's a little bit of friction, because there can still be a few challenging points with it, if I can only talk about myself, right? Because we don't know anyone else here, and you've shared us about your history, Heather, with your ex. But let's say there's something that comes up with myself, my ex, and my son, and the friction starts boiling up. It can, I mean, nothing major happens in the last 4 or 5 years, really, since we've separated, but it can spill over to the other areas. And as an online coach, you've got enough to be dealing with anyway. And we don't want this part of your life getting even more challenging, because it's all about the balance, right, Heather? You get one thing working, and then it's the other thing, like your starfish analogy.
Yeah, I like to look at the life wheel. I like to look at the 8 elements of the life wheel. And obviously, since my marriage ended and I've niched down to focus on relationships, it's this section over here. But you'll see that next to it is career.
Yeah.
And anybody watching this who is a coach, it can bleed over.
Yeah.
Because when you're focused on your career, and opposite there is finance, and obviously that relates to it. But you can also hear the opposite relationship is your health. And that certainly relates to it, because we know that when you're stressed, there is an effect on your health. And that is the worst thing that can happen. Yeah. And I don't know if anybody was watching Channel 3 yesterday, where they were talking on I forget the name of the program now, with all the ladies, and they had a couple of guys there. Loose Women. They had a couple of guys there, and one of them was Stephen from Dragon's Den, and he was saying, you know, that when he's so focused as an entrepreneur on all his business that he's involved in, his relationship suffers terribly, and his health, when he's totally stressed out. So everything touches everything else.
I'm so glad you brought that point up, because that connects to my share with Moira in the last recording of the Essential Summits lineup. When I was experiencing severe stress, depression, anxiety when it came to running multiple businesses from China and England, whilst having a baby in that time, it completely spilled into the relationship as well, because having a successful, quote unquote, successful business with a partner, your loved one, is very challenging. And unfortunately, I didn't quite manage it. However, you could say I've still won. We're still married. We're still like healthily in friendship. And I've obviously got my own online coaching business, and I'm here to pass over to others. So, but it is a complete science. Like, it's just so crucial that you are looking after yourself and you have the right strategies in your business, because if your business is going well, your relationship tends to mirror that, and vice versa. So, you know, you're not on your own. There are many ways and help at hand, for example, like your good self, Heather, in order to improve your relationship. But really, the whole message that keeps coming through with you, Heather, is it's actually self-love. It's like your partner is an extension of you, and it's a bit like your business. I always see my business an extension of me. If my business is doing well, therefore I'm doing well. Or if I'm doing well, my business is doing well. It's like a knock-on effect, really, because if you're not doing well in your business, it's because you need to sort something out within. There's either some block, some ancestral clearing you need to do, some soul mission you're not quite aligned with, or whatever it is. And we go from, in this particular group, this is what the summit is all about. We help you identify whether it's like a down-to-earth, you know, sort of very generic problem, to like a real deep soul level problem. Because it could be that you are doing everything right in your business, you are doing everything right in your relationship, but are you supposed to be with that person? Are you on the right business path?
Well, I think that you know, there's a saying, isn't it, that people come into your life for a reason, a season, or a lifetime.
Yeah.
And we just have to enjoy the moment, don't we? Because all we have is the moment, is the present. And I think it's really important to not worry about yesterday and not worry about next week, and just enjoy the moment. And I think what Stephen said on Loose Women yesterday was very relevant, that in his business as the CEO, he can make the decisions. But when you're in a partnership, in a relationship, it's not about taking control. It's about compromise. It's about flexibility. So it's different from running your own business. Now, if you're in business together as a couple, and you're in a relationship, it blurs that line, doesn't it? And there has to be some kind of ground rules that both of you agree on that is comfortable, and it can vary from couple to couple.
Exactly, Heather. And you and I did work together a few months ago. We partnershipped in a way of helping couples in business. So if I was to revert back to John and I, had together a successful business in China, we were always trying to decide things between ourselves, and we didn't have like an outside business coach to help us. But that's what I would learn from, like, looking back then in the past, have a business coach, because then it takes away all the questions around how to run a business between yourselves, because your partnership is precious. You know, your relationship is key, and you're in it for a reason. Obviously, you've married that person with good intent because you love them, and, you know, have help. So that our partnership together is all about, I help with the business side, you help with the relationship. But for those who are actually broken up, Heather, it is, we do feel for you. It's obviously a very painful experience for most of us most of the time if you're going through a breakup. And you've obviously mentioned it does take a long time. And again, you also mentioned it's like for every 6 months, for every year it's 6 months. And yeah, it's definitely a process. But what would you say is like the best way to get over a breakup to help you?
Oh, what a great question, Jen. What a great question. First of all, if anyone is watching this and you have experienced a breakup, it is so important to honour your feelings, because if you suppress your feelings, it's kind of like a pressure cooker. It will come up at some point, whether that's 5 years, 10 years, 15 years later, and it will affect you on a physical level. And the last thing we want is for your health to suffer. So it's about giving yourself space. It's about honoring your feelings without becoming obsessive. That's the key here, because a lot of people can become really obsessive. It's about keeping a distance from your ex. Now, I've got kids, Jen's got kids, so there has to be some communication regarding that. But apart from that, there needs to be a very fine line drawn of keeping your distance and taking time out for you. Also, it's important to talk. Friends and family are fine, but what happens with friends and family is talking to them creates a reaction, and you can read their face or their body language. Talking to somebody outside your circle that isn't personally involved is so much easier without any judgment. And aiming to go to bed at a decent hour, even if you've got a problem sleeping, even if you're just resting, that's really good. Going out for a walk and taking in the nature and the beauty around you is another mood booster. And making sure that you eat regularly and choosing healthy options rather than binge eating a family packet of crisps or a family pizza or a whole carton of ice cream. That will only make you feel worse, and if you gain weight, that will make you feel worse. So it's really important to just prioritize you and to make those healthy choices.
Yeah, really good advice there, Heather. I know, like, during my breakup, it was even hard to get out of bed. So I know if you're going through a breakup, you might think, well, that's easier said than done. And that is true. It is easier said than done. However, if I can just talk to you right now from the mindset of, if you're in that place and you are just struggling with heavy emotion and you're even struggling to get out of bed, let's say, just think of your future self. You know, eat that apple, have that smoothie for a better future for yourself, because your future will come, you know, even though you don't. I know we say, like, live in the present, and it is a present, being present, right? And it is a gift that we are here and we can only, you know, count on the moments. But at the end of the day, you need to still continue put one foot forward when it comes to a breakup. It is a journey and you will get through it. It does get easier as each day passes. And again, with Heather's great tips, you will get there for sure. And I know that YouTube's a great source, and this question does come up a lot, I must admit, Heather. So feel free to answer. Like, who suffers the most, would you say? Is it the man, the woman, or both? Like, yeah.
Do you know what? There has been a study which is really interesting. Excuse me. The study has discovered that men suffer greater emotional impact. They had 184,000 volunteers in this study, and they said that the top issue with the breakup was poor communication. So my main practice with my clients is on more clearer, positive communication, because a lot of us have what I call a knee-jerk reaction. And rather than that knee-jerk reaction, if we can pre-think what we're going to say and how we're going to say it and how that will be received, it changes everything. So that's a really, really important tool to learn to move forwards. Another issue which I mentioned on a personal level was trust. If somebody betrayed you, if somebody abandoned you, so many people say to me, oh, Heather, I don't think I can ever trust anybody ever again. Well, the first person you need to trust is you, because we've got a gut feeling, our intuition, and that's our second brain. And when we start to trust our gut and we start to trust self, everything starts with self, we can then begin to start to trust again with someone else. So that's another really good tip. And also another breakup issue was time investment. Now, if we're all in the green zone here, which is career, and we don't give a lot of time to this zone relationship here, we're out of balance. And the key to our full potential is to be on the outer rim here at a 10 out of 10 score. In an ideal world, most of us have got this wheel, and if you think of it on a bicycle, we're limping along. It's an uncomfortable ride. If the career is absolutely fantastic, it's a 9 out of 10, but the relationship is a 3 out of 10, it's going to be quite uncomfortable. We need it to be balanced, and that's the key here. Another breakup issue regarding why people broke up was somebody's physical appearance. They'd let themselves go, and that was a bit of a turn off. And another one was substance abuse, somebody that had an addiction. So all of those played the part, but it was the man who suffered the most emotional. Was that a surprise, Jen?
To be fair, yes, a big surprise, because you would naturally think, oh, you know, it'd be sort of maybe 50-50, quite even, but, you know, it actually does make sense in a way, because their communication styles are different to ladies, possibly, or we as females are always encouraged to talk about our emotions more than men. So maybe when they do struggle with something so big in their life, they don't know how to ask for the right help or talk, or so yeah, it sort of makes sense, really. But yeah, surprising to hear, in all honesty, as well. So yeah,
I think, you know, the female energy, we're a lot more open, and we are in touch with our female emotions, the moon, and the male not so much. But I think it's becoming more acceptable now that it's okay that big men do cry, and it's okay. It's a release of the emotions, and it's okay to talk, and it's good to talk.
That is a lovely, lovely note to end on things. So thanks ever so much, Heather. That's awesome. You do have a fantastic gift. There are 7 today, and your particular one is a guided meditation for a broken heart. Would you like to say anything extra when it comes to meditation?
Yes. If you download the meditation and you listen to the meditation, the visualization, to help you heal your broken heart, it might feel uncomfortable. That's okay. Just go with it. Listen to it again when you're ready, and again and again, until you feel that actually there is a healing, there is an improvement, and you may not need to listen to it anymore. But everyone's unique, everyone's different. Somebody might listen to it a few times, somebody might need to listen to it a lot more, but just trust yourself that you will know what is right for you.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you. What a lovely gift to share with everyone. If you do want these 7 gifts, you haven't quite registered yet, if you're watching on YouTube or maybe live in the Facebook group Soul Central, then feel free to find the link. You can, you know, enjoy all these 7 gifts. If you're watching a replay, awesome. Go check back on your emails. You'll find all the links to the gifts in there. If you haven't got the link and you can't see it, just feel free to message me either on YouTube, Facebook, or generally my normal Facebook page. And yeah, it's been awesome. Thanks ever so much, Heather. It's been very useful, and for all those who are struggling right now, you are not on your own, because it can be quite a lonely place that you might find yourself if you're breaking up, or at a, you know, you are breaking up with someone. So yeah, we've got you back if you do want the help. Yeah.
We certainly do, and sending out lots of love to you. I've been there. I know what it feels, and if you need, eventually, don't hesitate to contact me. Yeah. And thank you, Jen, for putting this online. It's fabulous.
Yeah, no
and
worries.
I hope that the rest of the day goes well.
Yeah, thanks, Heather. I appreciate it. I will be in touch soon, and thanks everyone for watching. And yeah, we'll see you for the next Soul Central coach, which is Andrew, 2:30 to 3 p.m, and we'll be talking about negative energy and entities. So thanks again, Heather. Appreciate it, and enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks, everyone. See you later. Bye. Hello and welcome back. I am just doing all the checks before we start with our next coach for the spiritual hour. Sorry, not the spiritual hour, the Soul Central Summit. I hope everyone is doing well. Please let me know if you can hear me okay. Let me know if you can see me okay. I am actually broadcasting from Facebook, the Facebook Soul Central group. And also YouTube. And if you have registered, you'll be on the Zoom call. So there are 3 points that we can maybe meet up from as we speak. So if you do stumble across any technical issues, please let me know. But lovely to see you all. Just waiting for the awesome Andrew to come through.
Can you hear me?
Oh, hey. Yes, Andrew. Hi, how are you?
Yeah, I'm okay. Yeah, thanks. Can you see me okay?
Yeah, can see you fine. Are you still traveling at the moment?
Yeah, I'm in sunny Poland at the moment. Yeah.
Oh, okay, fantastic. Lovely to see you. Well, okay, cool. We'll get started. So thanks everyone for coming. This is the first ever Soul Central Summit. A little bit about me, in case you don't know me. My name's Jen Linian. I've been in business now since 2012, and I actually celebrate my decade in this year, and I've been through the many highs and many lows when it comes to business. And the last 6 months I changed the people that I work with and for, and since then I just feel like I've seen great changes in my life, and I feel like this summit is paying back all the goodness I've received from the fantastic coaches on the Soul Central Summit that we have going on today. Because
played roulette, you'll know that if you bet on red.
Oh, we might need to be on mute someone there. Like yourself, Andrew, and the others on the call today between 12 and 6, like, you guys have helped me. You guys have touched my heart in some way, shape or form. And I just really appreciate and value that the work that you do to help, obviously, myself, and also to help the others that you have in your circles as well. So it's just a great opportunity for us to meet up, collaborate, share our stories, share our gifts that we are here to share and offer to others in the world. And it's just going to be a nice chat today about something which is quite can be quite sort of upsetting or disturbing, and I'm not here to like spook anyone out, but when it comes to negative energy, it's a very misunderstood area, I think. And I believe if you don't have the right team in place, it can feel quite a lonely place if you are struggling with negative energy. And Andrew, I'm going to ask you to talk about, your story and how you came to the work that you do today, and go into the work you actually help people with. But if I was to share some of my experiences to maybe help people on the call who are possibly struggling with such things that we're going to be talking about. So I've visually seen stuff that I cannot explain, things that you would only imagine in a horror film. And I realised after this particular site I'm personally referring to that my son saw it, and he's 6, So that, to me, I think that was about 9 months ago, that to me was a bit of a wake-up call when it came to, okay, I'm obviously doing something to attract something in, or I need to understand about this thing that I have, that I've seen. Obviously, you wouldn't talk about, you know, something that you've seen horrifically and visually to your 6-year-old. But when I realised that my 6-year-old also saw what I saw, I was like, okay, time to take some action. So if that's where you're at, Andrew's your person. And also, it could be that you're struggling with something you can't quite see. So let's say we've all experienced it, right? You've walked into a room and God, like it's like the energy's off, or, you know, there's something here that you can't quite see, or you can't quite put your finger on, or there's something that you don't feel comfortable with. So again, Andrew, you've helped me obviously in the past when it comes to sorting out a particular energy or entity, you might say, in a particular space, place, wherever. So there are things that you just can't simply explain that do appear in your life. And if you are struggling with something and you have no idea where to turn, well, Andrew, as mentioned, is your man. So Andrew, I just want to say thank you ever so much for, you know, coming on today and sharing your time with us. And as mentioned, you have helped me loads in this area. I'm of the opinion now that with good comes bad, with bad comes good. And I think the brighter you are, possibly the heavier a negative energy might come in. I don't know. You might need to correct me on that way of thinking. But it has been the last sort of 6 to 9 months that I've been experiencing sort of like the negative nasties. But my life is very bright and full and positive as well. So it's not all bad. But how would you, just suggest to people, how would they handle such energy? So before we get really into it, Andrew, who are you and what's your story?
Yeah, hi everyone. Feel free to turn your cameras on if you'd like. I'm very much a people's person if you feel comfortable. And it'd be nice to interact, especially later on when we'll potentially be removing some entities from the group. It'd be nice to get some feedback from face to face. But yeah, let's start with, I'm Andrew Watt, and I've been an engineer for 16 years, and I'm now with the Emotion Code and Easy Entity Release. And I came into that because I went through some difficult times by taking some pharmaceutical drugs, and also being in a bad state of mind in the life where you don't have a job, you're back with your parents, and the whole world seems to be growing up without you, or something like that. So yeah, I ended up going to a bit of a dark place. The pharmaceutical snowball of taking one pill, getting side effects, then trying to fix it with something else, which ultimately ended up taking SSRIs, drugs, and then having to, realizing that you were getting worse rather than getting better. And they always tell you that it's going to be, sometimes it gets worse, but it was horrendous. So I stopped them. I've only been taking them for 3 or 4 weeks. So then I decided, for some reason, I was guided to take the natural route with meditation and yoga. And then with that, I realized I had a hunger for natural medication and to optimize my body with the right food, and even more so the mind. And there's so many techniques out there to optimize the mind and also for healing. And they often go hand in hand, to be honest. And that's why I find the world so more exciting now. And then one of the things that I found worked for me was the Emotion Code. And I'll probably talk about that before I talk about an Easy Entity Release, because the principles behind that are based on the Emotion Code. And it's a book, and it's sold a lot of copies, and there are thousands of practitioners around the world. So I'm not just the only one.
Share. Your story is really interesting. It's good that this work has come to surface even more. I do know a few other people that have used it, who are still using it, and it's like, you know, seeing them with great results. So it's really good stuff. But yeah, I mean, the common questions around sort of negative energies really is, how would you describe negative energy? Like, what is it, would you say, in your opinion?
Yeah, negative energy. It's quite a broad term to explain what these things are, and everything's made of energy, of course, including emotions. So emotions and entities are very much interlocked, and it's like a perpetual cycle. Often, you know, if the body generates these emotions, as shown, I'm just going to share my screen, and I'll just show the emotion code chart here.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see that?
Yeah, fine.
Yeah, so there's the evidence. So this is the chart that is used to find the emotions released from the emotion code. And there's 60 emotions in this chart, and they're linked to the organs, as you can see on the left of the chart. Rows 1 to 6 mention the organs that those particular emotions are generated from. So this is also in Chinese medicine as well. I think this kind of used, these organs and these emotions are used in many forms of healing, natural forms of healing. So our organs naturally produce these emotions, and if we're in a bad state or in our environment, well, it's not even necessarily bad. Our body just naturally produces them, and then they pass through our body and mind normally, and they don't get trapped, and that's how it should be. Crying, shouting, dancing, yoga. There's so many ways to let these emotions get through us. But often when we're younger and we don't have those tools to know what's going on, and if we're we feel scared, these emotions might get trapped in our body, and we don't let go of them. We don't let them pass through. So then they get trapped, and they get trapped in our mind, in our body. They can cause pains, physical pains, and often this won't come to roost until later in life, especially with anxiety and mental health issues. So the emotions is where we start, and then these emotions are like a feeding source for a lot of these negative entities and spirits that are often just everywhere, and depending on how we're feeling, if we're in a good mood and we're operating at high vibration, these entities operate at vibration levels. So if we're up here and we're everything's going well and parents are treating us really well and it's going well, then we'll probably avoid a lot of these entities. But often when you grow up and perhaps you've had a breakup with your parents when you're young, and you might be they might be arguing all the time, and then you might be under a low vibration. Therefore, you're more susceptible to attracting them. So entities feed off our emotions, and they feed off the negative emotions. And you wonder why we don't have any energy sometimes. And some people we hang out with, you say, oh yeah, they're like an energy vampire. They're just draining me. And that's often because they're subconsciously, unwittingly doing that. Maybe they have entities in their field, or I don't know, maybe they just need your energy. They need people's energy for them to maintain their own, which is obviously quite selfish. And if they knew how to get their own energy, which you can do from source or divine, whatever you want to call it, from meditating and from spending time in nature and many other methods, then that would be self-sufficient rather than draining for the people.
Yeah, cool. I mean, how would you know you have an entity around or attached, whatever the term might be? How do you differentiate between a bad mood, a bit of stress, a bit of anxiety over your business, maybe, because we're all here as online coaches, whether you're a healer, practitioner, therapist, and you're just dealing with day-to-day stuff? How do you make a difference between that over a dark entity or whatever it is that you might describe them as?
Well, different sensitivities. So that some people are more aware of them than others. I'm particularly not that aware of them. However, one thing that does it for me and does it for a lot of people is shivers down the spine and feeling quite cold even when it's a hot day or something. And feeling, for no reason at all, feeling like a shiver down the spine. And then for those who are a bit more sensitive and more aware of their intuition, they have a feeling like something just doesn't feel right. And often when they go to a hospital or a graveyard or pubs and bars or around people that are addictive, have a lot of addiction, friends who like to smoke a lot and drink a lot perhaps, and addictions come hand in hand with these entities, because entities do feed off those negative emotions, and people are repressing those emotions by distracting themselves with an addictive substance. So the entities are taking their energy tenfold, and then those people obviously want to have dopamine hits as well, which they get from those addictive substances. And again, it's all forms of energy, and they're just the entities are often feeding off those people who are addicted. But so feeling a coldness, and just feeling something's not quite right, and often the environment. We know if we're doing the same thing all the time, we know that we don't normally feel like this. We're at home or we're at work. It's okay, normally it's all right. But if you feel something's totally off and it's because you've done something slightly different in your routine. You could have been somewhere or been with someone. And also in sex, sexual transmission, a lot of the youngsters have to be careful. They don't realise that it's an energy exchange, not just a physical exchange of intercourse and being so close to someone. It's what we can't see, and it can often be more damaging than what we can.
Oh, that's definitely a good point to talk about, because there's a lot of people that have the opinion of, if you can't see it, it's not there, don't believe in it. And therefore, it can feel quite a lonely world, this space that we're all in. However, just because you can't see it per se, it doesn't mean to say it's not there. And it doesn't mean to say you need to do some clearing. And another point that you made, which is really quite good, is I think when you do this sort of work that we're all talking about over the 6 hours today, when it comes to meditating and connecting with your higher self or accessing the Akashic records, you grow to be more sensitive. And that's a power in itself. Like, we're all great people to be receiving such messages, but also that comes with another sort of segue of like these negative entities that are around. And it's such a refreshing conversation around this, because it's not obviously spoken about out there. Like in schools, it was never talked about in my experience growing up, not in any of my circles growing up. And it's great that we all are here today in a safe place to talk about such things, because it is definitely around. Like, it's real. Like, we need to probably cleanse ourselves or clear ourselves, take a shower and wash ourselves. And what you were just talking about then reminds me of a few weeks ago. I went to check in for a flight to go to Turkey. We went to Stansted Airport, and naturally you're on a high vibe. You've got that holiday feeling going through. Positive, yay. And then I walked into Wetherspoons thinking we could get like something to eat before the flight. And like you just said, like a room in a pub, like full of people with like addictions and like stuff, because you drink, obviously, even though it's in an airport, but you're still going to come across types of people. And I walked in there and I was like, said to my boyfriend, God, I just didn't want to be there. Like that real like resistance of like, I just felt icky. And I'm sure that's what you were trying to describe there, Andrew, like that. If it just feels off, like, listen to that, feel into that, and make a decision to not stay around that. And that's what a particular room or a place can feel like for you, right, Andrew? And that's what you can help people clear and obviously tackle if you are dealing with some sort of entity or energy that's around that you need to maybe, shift.
Yeah, that's completely true. And when clients come to me, it's there's all, I know nothing about them. So, and also what comes into entities and spirits can be, if people believe in it, can be like past lives as well. That kind of entities perhaps can have some connection from past lives. If people have been doing some darker work on the dark side, then they might bring those through into this life as well. I mean, I don't know everything; it's complicated, but I've got lists that cater for past lives works as well. But when people come to me, we do a clearing, and it may take a while to do a total clearing, and all I want is my clients to get better. But as well as that, I also recommend my clients to use kinds of protection, maybe a little meditation, visualization. So visualizing like cloaks around them and force fields, like egg. So it's nice for them to be self-sufficient as well as me releasing stuff, because if they keep on going back to work and they're a nurse and they keep on going to fill up on all that negative energy again and entities and stuff, and they come back to me, then it's just going to be a self-prophesying prophecy, and they're going to keep on lining my pockets, which isn't what it's all about, really.
Yeah.
But yeah, people have to be mindful about where they're going and who they're being with, and if they know someone is an energy vampire, then they may need to cut that person out of their life, or at least reduce the contact, knowing that it's not really good for their well-being, and be around people who are calm and go out in nature, all these things that all the healers and coaches will recommend. I would recommend it to keep away from them, obviously, nature and trees. But yeah, if you've got entities in your house as well, that's another thing I need to mention, that with part of our practice, I like to do that as well as clearing the person, because clearing the house and the land, otherwise, again, you're just going to be going back in that environment, and you're going to be feeling a bit strange, because as well as your energy field, which has a lot of entities in, then your house or your place of work might as well. And you just got to be careful. Just keep your vibration high by eating really good foods, of course, organic foods, and being in nature, meditation. But yeah, just think of keeping your vibration high, which it's just a nice thing to do for a good standard of health living.
Amazing.
Health.
Yeah, I mean, it's great. And this is going to be quite maybe a difficult question, because as you mentioned earlier, it's a big topic and it's very complicated, and it's just like, you know, huge as an area to discuss. But is there a connection between depression and entities? You know, if I was to look back at my sort of heyday in China when it comes to offline businesses, I was battling with like severe stress, depression, anxiety, and I always just boiled it down to quite possibly my lifestyle. I was just burning myself out. I was a spin instructor and I had like too much responsibility with the business, like making money, blah blah, having clients, and I maybe didn't have a seasoned business head on me at that time. But could that have been maybe I was dealing with entities that I didn't quite realize? Like, is depression linked to entities, would you say?
Yeah, absolutely. The likes of depression, anxiety, panic attacks, these real high-level, tough things that people struggle with for mental health, and especially when you don't know, like, you know, your heart and you start getting palpitations, you don't know where it's coming from. You know, triggers can be quite complicated. So, and then the entities can make things worse, or they can be the root cause of it. It's like a cycle. But there are different types of entities that can cause, you know, certain things like. There are dark entity curses, for example, and I've got a list of 21 types of entities, which are part of the Easy Entity Release program, which is produced by a woman called Kate Elliott, who was doing the emotion code, and then she wanted to go deeper into the entities and create her own new system. So the dark entity curses is one of the most common entities that my clients, and that is often it's an attack from an entity, a dark entity, to you, and yeah, that attack it's part of control, manipulation, but it also, it lowers your vibration, and it can cause anxiety, depression, and panic attacks.
Yeah, fair enough. It's quite funny that there's like, how many did you say? 21, 22 entity names?
In this list, yeah, but there probably are more as well, yeah.
Well, I would like to add one as well. So you cleared for me what I called Demon Dave. And like you say, there's like many more out there. What would you say like the top like 3 to 5 common entities that most of us might be struggling with without realizing?
Yeah, there's a range of reptilian entities. So you've got the Archon reptilians, reptilian greys, and the Draco reptilians are probably the most common. And you can Google these, and also there's a few programs on Gaia, which is really fascinating, because I'm still learning about these, because it's not necessarily my system. But yeah, I mean, I think Catherine knows as well about the Draco reptilians being some kind of like dragon entity, like a reptilian with wings, and the Archons come from the Gnostic time, and they all just want to control us, manipulate us, and mess with our thoughts. So that's why I'd say, like, for me, I like to specialize in mental health, to be honest. I can do physical health as well, but when you've got these entities like messing with our thoughts and our minds and our peace, that becomes a game changer, because I think mental health is more important than physical health in the long term. If you sort out your mental health, then your physical health can often fall together, but it can come together. So yeah, you've also got reptilian implants. Again, that's just an energy that the reptilian entity will store in you to control and manipulate you from a remote way. So it's an energy, so it goes into your energy field, and then the entity might go away, but that is causing you to have thoughts and feelings that aren't really yourself, but from somewhere else. And what else we've got? We've got demonic consciousness and thought form empty consciousness. This consciousness can manifest in our minds from unresolved trauma. So these kinds of entities of dark spirits is like we create them ourselves with repetitive, obsessive, negative thoughts from a childhood trauma, or it's like a representation of our shadow side. So like it's our shadow side is represented by the emotions that we present to the world and project on the world. So, guilt and shame and unworthy and resentment and anger, that can be portrayed as you being a really loose cannon, for example. And, you can like lose it like that. And people say, oh yeah, I'm staying away from him because he gets angry and he loses it over nothing. And that can be just a representation of a childhood trauma which is built up and maybe you've repressed and you're not willing to deal with it. For example, great example is a friend of mine, his father is always angry and he's always drinking alcohol. And he, like I was doing some emotion code work and my friend knew that I think he was abused as a child, and he even thinks that he may be homosexual, but he's repressed that for a long time. And I think it's not just me, but I believe that during the 70s and 80s and 90s, there were a lot of men who beat their wives up because they were repressing that homosexual feelings, which was obviously very shameful in the world and illegal during that time.
Yeah, interesting. It's always good to connect the dots when you look back on things, you know, and you can make all these connections, can't you? Yeah. I mean, Andrew, looking at the time, you wanted to maybe do a clearing for everyone today. Do you have enough time, do you feel? Or would you like to maybe discuss your onwards gift that you have for everyone today?
Yeah, I've got time. So, yeah, I'd like to, first of all, ask if anyone would not like to be part of this clearing. I will be clearing like a list of these 21 entities from the group. So if you write it in the chat, or if you want to put your hand up and say, I don't want to be in.
No one has said no, that everyone's for, not against. Yeah.
Okay, all right. So yeah, hopefully we'll have a bit of time for this, and then we can have a bit of questions and answers.
Yeah.
And part of that question and answers can be if you felt anything from the clearing that we're going to do. So it's nice to get a bit of practical of my work. So first of all, I'm just going to ask the angels and guides, my angels and guides, and everyone else's angels and guides to protect us and ground us, and to provide triple shield protection of 0 point energy from the angels, please. And asking Merlin, my guide, to do this healing as well. And thank you for this opportunity to help all the people on this call. And yeah, before I start, sometimes you might feel things, and then afterwards you might feel like, oh, I feel a bit weird, and it might be lost for a few hours or a day or so. But sometimes, as you people on this call might know, with energy healing, you feel a little bit worse sometimes than before you feel better. So yeah, there's no risk. I mean, I've done thousands of clients. Hundreds, like 500 to 1,000 clients, and you know, some of them feel a bit worse before the better, but it's not a big deal. But I just need to tell you in case anything happens, and it's just normal. Okay, so I'm just going to start now, so we're all protected, and I want to ask the divine to release the entities that will benefit the group as a whole. And any people particularly may need more help than others, please provide that. Thank you. Okay. Just a second. I'm just going to get my phone with the entities. Okay, yeah, I'm not sure the phone is anyway. I can memorize them. So, yeah, what I do is I didn't introduce how I use the emotion code, but I muscle test the list of 21 entities. So that's a yes, that's a no. This is using muscle testing kinesiology, which is the body's feedback mechanism to the subconscious mind. So when I work with clients one-to-one, their subconscious knows that what needs to be released. And in this case, we're doing a network, so it's like a ring network in Wi-Fi, perhaps. So I'm connected to all your minds. So we're just going to release what we can. Okay. So is it 1, 2, 3? Okay. So is it 10, 11, 12? Okay. So the first one is an entity possession that I'm going to release from the group. So yeah, entities can send possession energy to our minds sometimes. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to clear that from the group by using this magnet over the governing meridian. This is how the emotion code works. You muscle test what needs to be released using the fingers like I did. And then you do 3 swipes over the governing meridian. So 1, 2, 3. And That is over the governing meridian, and meridians are the energy flow throughout the body, and the governing meridian is like the highway, so everything gets cleared. Right, so next one. What else do we need to clear from this group? Okay, so 18 is the demonic entity. So we're going to ask the divine if we can remove as many as we can in one go. Sometimes there's more than one in our energy fields. I mean, there's always more than one, but sometimes we can clear in one go more than one. So let's ask Merlin, my guide, to remove as many demonic entities from the mind, body, and spirit of this group. I command you never to return. Thank you. Yeah, we need to tell the entities not to return and command them never to return. Okay, so what's next? One, two, okay. Okay, we've got number 8, which is reptilian implants. So you could have had these implanted for many years and not known about it. So removing as many reptilian implants from this group consciousness, I recommend you never to return. Thank you. Okay, and just some more. 1, 2. Okay, number 14 is reptilian grey. So these greys are like these alien heads, you know, the grey heads, I think, and then there's a reptilian version of those. So removing as many reptilian greys from the mind, body, spirits. I command you never to return. Jen, do we have time for one more and then do a question Q&A?
Yeah, sure, go for it, Andrew.
Okay. So 1, 2. Okay, number 17 is vampiric entity. So yeah, you know, all entities are like sucking your energy. So removing these vampiric entities as much as we can from the group consciousness. I can imagine never to return. Okay, so I'm now going to remove myself from everyone's subconscious mind, and yeah, please provide everyone with golden white lights around their energy fields and auric fields, and just to ensure that processing of the work we've just done will be without any issues. Asking our helpers and angels and guides to assist in this as well. Thank you. Okay.
Lovely. Thank you ever so much. I'm hoping everyone feels lighter or they will see a difference in that, because like you said earlier, you can just pick them up without realizing anywhere. Shopping, the pub, the park, maybe. Well, no, maybe not the park. You're outside, aren't you? Just fascinating. I've always enjoyed this subject. So I'm always looking into extra ways to like protect myself, because I really do feel, looking back at my Shanghai days in China, I wasn't dealing with like, you know, down to earth anxiety, depression, burnout from business. I think I was really taken over by something huge, bigger than me, like, and it kept me down for a number of years, a good 2 to 3 years. It was my depression, my darkest soul, whatever it is. So yeah, thank you, Andrew. Does anyone have any questions? No worries. We will end, Andrew, on your 45-minute emotion and entity release group session that you have for everyone. So I'll just mention, if you are watching on YouTube and you haven't registered for the event, but you would like the 7 free gifts that everyone is offering today, and Andrew is one of them, offering a gift, feel free to register using the link. If you don't have the link at hand, you can message me for the link and I'll send you the link. You have up until midnight tonight to actually register for this event, and then it closes. If you are in the Soul Central Facebook group, you haven't registered but you're still watching this live, the link is in the posts that you'll see in the Facebook group. And if you are on the call right now on Zoom, you have already registered. Therefore, check back on your emails. There will be a link to sign up to Andrew's free session that you're going to be offering in a week's time. Is that right, Andrew?
Yeah, approximately. Yeah, it might be like a weekday night, like maybe Wednesday. It's 7 p.m. UK time, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you
but
have
yeah, I mean, so yeah. Sorry.
That's all right. You carry on. Do you have like a?
So will people?
Oh, sorry, I think there's a delay.
Yeah.
Is there like a amount of people that you can have in your session? Because I know over 40 people have registered for today's event. So a lot of us will be watching the replay due to work. So do you have like a cap on the numbers? Is it like first come, first serve, or?
No, as many as they want. Yeah, I've done like 30 at a time, but I can go up to 100. I wouldn't mind 1,000 either, but yeah, it doesn't matter. No, the numbers can be any.
No problem. That's cool then. So, but obviously it's in a week's time. So everyone who's registered will have the opportunity to work with Andrew in this capacity. However, it will be in a week's time roughly. So make sure you find the link in your email to then join up for that free session for further energy work and clearing of entities. And yeah, hopefully your life will be a lot happier.
How will they be notified? How will they be notified of the dates? Because it might be like a week on Wednesday. How will they know that?
Well, you have all the information. We can talk about that after the Soul Central Summit anyway. But yeah, just for those who are joining invites now, you can message Andrew for more information using the link that was sent in your inbox.
Can I just mention like the like just in case people want to look at my website and stuff, it's www.thespiritualengineer.uk, and if you Google the spiritual engineer or spiritual engineer, I'll probably come up. And my email is info@thespiritualengineer.co.uk in case you have any questions as well.
Just to also plug for you, Andrew, and for those who are listening. So my experience is not working with energy and entities, but like experiencing negative entities. I could physically feel things and see things, and since working with Andrew, gone. So there you go. So yeah, I can definitely vouch for your work. So all good stuff. You're doing awesome, Andrew. Thank you ever so much for your time today. Really much appreciated. And yeah, that finishes today. Do you have any closing comments, or should we say goodbye?
Yeah, just if anyone has any reactions from what we've just done, feel free to let me know. And
yeah,
but otherwise, no.
Excellent. Okay, thanks so much again, Andrew. And yeah, I will definitely see each other soon. And yeah, if you want to stick around, we do have the awesome Michael Wolf coming in at 3:15. We'll say goodbye now, but we'll tune on in the next 10 minutes or so. But again, everyone, thank you very much, and see Andrew very soon, and everyone else very soon as well. Thank you. Hello and welcome back. Okay, welcome back everyone. For those who are joining us today, you are at the first ever Soul Central Summit, and it consists of us amazing coaches helping you as an online coach yourself. So it could be that you are a spiritual practitioner, healer, therapist, and as an empath, as the majority of us are, we love and we tend to make sure we are always helping other people, but who helps you? And that's what we are here to do today, to help you, because you can then help other people. So when it comes to anything around energy work or being the best version of yourself or battling with anything negative that you can't quite see or understand that you need to clear possibly, we are in your corner. And today I have a very special guest. His name is Michael Wolf. I'm just making sure, Michael, you are on the call. Hey, there you are. I had to switch screens to see you. How are you today?
I'm very well, thank you.
Yeah, good
very
to
happy
see
to be
you.
here.
Yes, lovely for you to be here as well. So we're going to be going through basically and discovering how to release those limiting beliefs and fears that we all have as a human. That's quite a big talk, isn't it? Very loaded as a subject. So I would love to hear about you, Michael, and what you've done in your time here on Earth and what you can vision us to do as humans, that sort of thing, because you have a lot to talk about, I know.
Well, I've got a presentation. Hang on a second.
Okay.
Get back to where you are. Right. So, what was the question?
Yeah, sure. Well, basically, did you want to go through a presentation or have some questions you can answer first if you wish?
Well, I'd like to go through the presentation, but there are quite a lot of slides, and I want to go through quite quickly.
Okay.
And then, because basically, I've got a pretty exciting message. Put it that way. I was going to say blah message, but I think it's pretty exciting.
All right, then, Michael, the floor is all yours. You have half an hour. Yeah, we would love to hear your awesome message you have for everyone today.
Okay. So I just got to let me get out of this for a second. Sure. I've got to get it on Zoom.
You can share screen.
Share the screen, yeah. Zoom. Share screen. Share screen. Yeah. Okay. Share screen. Share.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Fantastic.
So you can see the slide there. Okay, I'll get up to the thing and I will get it into slide mode. And like I'll get into trying to get it in slide mode. And in the way. Slideshow. Yep. There we go. Okay. So can everybody see that? Releasing our fears.
I can see that, Michael. Just making sure you have enough time. Do you feel like 25 minutes is enough for what you would like to discuss?
Yeah. Yep.
Awesome.
I'm gonna whistle through it.
Oh, okay. Fantastic.
Okay.
Looking forward to your presentation.
Yeah. So that's where we are at the moment. We've got a lot of fear about a lot of things happening at the moment. I'll talk about what I consider to be the main fears.
Okay.
But what I'm talking about, my goal is how we can come together and overcome those fears and co-create heaven on earth. Okay, because basically what we're doing is we're facing a major existential threat at the moment.
Yeah.
And if we don't shift, we would have had it. Okay. So the two main existential threats are global nuclear war and global warming. I can't do anything about global nuclear war. If that happens, if Putin goes mad or whatever it is, there's nothing I can do about it. So that's one of them. But we can do something about global warming if we act now.
Mm-hmm.
You get that? Okay?
Okay, yeah.
As I mentioned, global warming is pushing us towards near-term extinction if we don't change.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Notwithstanding that we're gloom and doom that's coming there, is I describe myself as the happiest man on the planet. My wife, with whom I've been married for 50 years, describes me as the most stupid man on the planet. Okay? And I'm going to do this presentation now, and you probably will all agree with my wife that I'm probably the most stupid guy on the planet. So I'm just warning you in advance. And having said that, I'm still the happiest. Okay? And what we're talking about is a radical transformation of inner consciousness so that we can then go and radically transform our lifestyle. If we carry on with the same lifestyles, we will not make it. That's my view. Okay? And I've been doing this inner shift work for almost 40 years with martial arts and meditation and yoga and things like that. And it's only in the last few years that I realized how we can change things quickly if we put our minds to it. Okay? So there's a solution to this problem, and I want to present the solution. So what's the problem? Problem is what I call this near-term existential crisis. If we don't fix it, we're all dead. 20, 30 years, we will not be here to tell the story. So this is what's happening with CO2. 800,000 years, and it's been going up and down a little bit. And then suddenly about 1950, it started shooting through the roof. And now it shows it's below 420. That was actually, it's over 420 at the moment. Okay. And methane gas is also continuing to rise. And that's a global warming gas, and that's very serious. And then we've got nitrous oxide, which is also growing. All these three gases, and they're all critical if we continue with our current lifestyle. And if we look at parts per million for carbon dioxide, this is how much it's growing. So a year ago, it was 419.66 parts per million, and now it's 421.4. So it's almost going up 2 parts per million every single year. It's not going down. And until it starts going down, we haven't got a hope in hell. That's where we are. Right, let's look at the bigger picture. So we've been, Homo species, been around for 2 million years, and what distinguishes us is we are hairless apes. Okay, and there's a picture of our evolution. And being like that, we were, for most of the time, most of that 2 million years, we were like the other apes, we were in unified consciousness. Unified consciousness means that you experience the world directly. There's no intervention. You experience pain and grief and sorrow and joy and everything. You experience it all directly. You don't think about it. And if you get pain, you feel the pain and then you process it and release it and let it go. And you're connected with heaven and earth. You're connected to the earth below and the heaven above. You're like a tree. You're rooted down into the earth and you're connected to the heaven above. See? That's how we were. 70,000 years ago, we decided to shift. We had a period of global cooling. It got very cold. We were naked apes. And we thought we could survive, even in unified consciousness, but we couldn't. We were almost wiped out. We were there, just a few thousand of us left in Central Africa, East Africa somewhere. And we had to really struggle to survive. This is how we were. We were facing an existential crisis. Naked apes, too cold, too naked to be able to keep warm, unlike the other apes. So what saved us? So my belief is that what saved us was the birth of language. Nobody knows exactly when language started, but we reckon it's somewhere around 70,000 years that we learned how to think and speak using language. And having language, we would then be able to communicate with each other, and we would be able to come together and support each other and do everything necessary in order to survive the crisis of global cooling. Okay, so the birth of language was a huge change. It was a massive shift in our consciousness. So we then shifted out of unified consciousness into separation consciousness. From unified consciousness to separation consciousness. In separation consciousness, when we feel pain, your husband or your boyfriend says, like you or something, you feel the pain. You feel the pain for a moment, and then you push it down. You don't want to feel it anymore, and you suppress it. And if it's quite hurts a lot, you even repress it. And we've been doing that since the age of about 2 years old. When we were born into unified consciousness like everybody else. And then when we started 2 years old, we started learning how to think and speak. And then we're on the downward path of being in separation consciousness. And now we're 7.7, 7.8 billion people on the planet. Most of us are in separation consciousness. And what we do is we suppress and repress our pain, and we hold onto that as a core wound. So all of us are holding onto our core wound. If I was to show you how to actually where a core wound is, what core wound is, and how much it is, okay? And we are essentially disconnected, unlike most of the other mammals, etc. So now we're all in separation consciousness, holding onto our core wounds and disconnected. That's how we are, and struggling to survive. And on the David Hawkins log scale of consciousness, which I imagine most of you are familiar with, we're currently calibrating at 150 on that scale. We are going down. 10 years ago, 2012, we were calibrating at 230. We were going up, 235. We were going up. And then, for whatever reasons, we saw more fear getting into our lives, we started going down. And just before, a few months ago, we were gone all the way down to 160. And then we had this Crimean War, and we went down another 10 points. And we're on this downward spiral. And if we carry on this downward spiral, we're just on the way to extinction. That's how it is. Okay? 150 on the Hawkins scale of 1 to 1,000 is very low. Right, according to Hawkins, 85% of humanity calibrates below 200. Most of humanity calibrating below 200. 200 is where you've got the level of fear, fear is 100, and then you've got things like anger and grief and shame and guilt and all these negative emotions. And we're all holding on to that. That's our core wounding. The more core wounded, 85%. And then 14% of us, most of the people here on this call, calibrate above 200 and maybe not quite 500 yet. But 14% of humanity calibrates at that level, and only 1% calibrates at 500 and above. Only 1%. Okay, 500 is the level of love, and only 1% calibrates at that level. So to survive and thrive, we now have to shift collectively to 500 and above. So 99% of humanity has to shift now if we are going to survive. And we have to shift, essentially, shorthand is from fear to love. That's the big thing. And we have to heal our core wound. So what's the existential threat? Let's go into a little more detail. So we've got coronavirus that's taking 6 million lives, and it carries on and it's nicking away at us. But much more serious than that is we've got worldwide drought. All these places in the red are all suffering from drought. And if you read what's going on every day, it's getting worse. It's not getting better. More and more around the world. We've got increasing fires around the world. And if you look at the map of where all the fires are, you can see it all the time. There are fires.
Michael, sorry to cut you. We can't actually see the slides that you're referring to. We haven't been able to see the slides since the first one, Releasing Our Fears. I don't know if there's a bug or something, but we it's not scrolling down. We can't see the slides that you have.
Ah.
We can just see the first one, Releasing Our Fears.
Releasing Our Fears, okay. No idea what that.
However, we can see the slides to the left on your slideshow, but the actual program isn't moving for us to see. It's just stuck on the first slide.
So you can see them on the side?
We can see them on the side, yes.
Is that the same for everybody, or is it just Jen?
Probably going to be the same for everyone, to be fair.
anybody's there.
It's the same. It's the same for Alex as well. Thanks, Alex, for your feedback, and Sarah. It's the same for Sarah. It's the same for all of us viewers. And I don't know how.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sarah.
Okay. Maybe I've got to change the thing. Just hang on 1 second.
I was going to mention earlier, Michael, but you're in flow, and I hate interrupting people when there's the flow. But
okay, no, that okay.
we
So,
want us to make sure we see the map, you see, so it's quite important. Maybe, Michael, as a plan B, we can send the presentation after the events.
Well, it's mostly words, so it's anyway. So let's go.
Yeah, maybe. Okay, Alex has put, Michael, can you use your cursor to manually move down your slides?
No, I've gone down to another one. Okay, I've gone to. Let me try this one. Okay, now you can see it.
Yes, perfect. Yeah.
Okay, so increasing floods.
Yeah.
As you can see there, and increasing famine, the normal famine, and there's food shortages, all sorts of going around the world. There's increasing migration, and there's a real risk of economic collapse, which can happen any day now, which is sort of stock markets beginning to fall, and things like that. And we've got the war in Ukraine and several wars around the world. So it's a pretty dire situation around the world. So if you sum it all up together, what we've got these various waves, one after another, which are crashing down on top of us. So we start with, in this particular case, it's showing COVID at the bottom, and then we've got economic recession, and we've got climate change, and then eco collapse, and then extinction. And this is kind of what we're facing at the moment. And if we don't change now, radically, we've had it. Right, so faced with an existential threat, what has to happen? Right, so we're talking about what we can do to co-create heaven on earth, to make this planet the most wonderful place to live on instead of a living hell. According to Albert Einstein, this is the most important thing. We cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we use when we create. If we carry on using the same thinking as we do at the moment, there is absolutely no way that we're going to be able to solve this problem. We have to change our thinking. We have to, in other words, we have to shift our consciousness in order to be able to address this problem. So that's the real issue. We can't rationalize, we can't think it in our head. We've got to make a shift. And that's Einstein saying that. And what that means is we've all got to wake up, we've got to recognize and accept the existential threat. We've got to come together as one to resolve the threat. We've got to reverse capture and store carbon emissions, which is no mean feat. Okay? And then we've got to radically transform our lifestyle and our relationships with each other and our relationships with the planet. And we've got to do all that within the next 10 years. So the essential prerequisite is a radical transformation of consciousness from 160 on the Hawk, 150 now, to 500 and above, which is love and above. Okay? We have to shift now. Ideally in the next 5 years, but 10 years at most. That gives us enough time to radically change our lifestyles, which will take another 10, 20 years to do it. Okay, you with me so far?
Yeah.
Right, so how are we going to do that? So this is a map of the Hawkins scale, and it goes from, you can see there, it goes up to 1,000 on the left here. And you've got fear is actually 100 on the scale, and then love is 500. And what I'm saying is that love and above, there's 75 million people who are at that level at the moment, and 7.5 billion, most of humanity, who are below that level. And that has got to shift if we're going to survive. Okay, how to help 7.5 billion shift from 150 on the Hawkins scale to over 500 on the Hawkins scale within 10 years. And it starts with our individual and collective core wound. So the core wound is what holds us in separation consciousness. If we didn't have that core wound, we wouldn't be in separation consciousness. when we identify the wounding that we have created in separation consciousness, it is very easy to heal it in unified consciousness. Okay, this is really important. When we identify the wounding that we created in separation consciousness, it's very easy to heal it in unified consciousness. So we're holding this wounding somewhere in our energy field, and I use the chakras as where you can actually see where the wounding is being held and how intense the wounding is. Now, the good news is it only takes 2 hours to heal the core wound. 2 hours. I've been doing practice, consciousness raising practice, for almost 40 years. And I'm telling you that you can do it in 2 hours. So for 40 years, almost 40 years, I practiced Aikido, martial art, I practiced yoga, I practiced meditation. And I realized only a few years ago that I was still hanging on to my core wound. I hadn't healed it. I'd been gone, I was going up the Hawkins scale. I started off, I was at 220 when I started, and I was getting up somewhere near 500. And I was making progress. So I was very proud of myself. I thought, well, that's fantastic. But then I realized it's nowhere near enough. Nowhere near enough. And then I realized, actually, very simply, and that's what I'm trying to explain to you, that it's really easy to heal our core wound, and it's really easy to shift out of separation consciousness if we choose to do so. That's the easy bit. And then it takes a few months, that's the more difficult bit, to embed, integrate, and sustain it. And that requires practice. So every time you feel some pain or some emotional upset or something worries you or whatever it is, what you've got to try and do is actually feel the pain, process the pain, release it, and let it go, instead of pushing it down. Our habit is to push it down. That's how we were taught, and that's what we've been doing all our lives. So that's a little bit more difficult, with that few months to embed, integrate, sustain it. What this then leads to is when you do the initial 2 hours healing, you then experience the rapid transformation of consciousness. And now the thing is to sustain it. And what I discovered is that you didn't just go to 1,000, which is what Hawkins calls Buddha Christ consciousness. You can go all the way to infinity. And most people who do this work go all the way to infinity. And if they do the few months of embedding, integrating, and sustaining, they can sustain it. Okay? Mm-hmm. Right. When you combine with others at the same level together, you have a massive increase of power. So you've got most of humanity calibrating at 150. You're now calibrating in infinity. That gives you a huge power. When you do that together with other people, that expands exponentially. So together we can use this power to change the people, help others to make a shift, so that they can then help others. So what are the stages of the process? Stages are, we have to learn how to heal our core wound. Carrying that pain holds us down in our level of consciousness. It's not really helping us to connect with the earth, with heaven and earth. We've got to change our emotional response patterns. Instead of feeling the pain and then suppressing or repressing it, we've got to feel it and release it and let it go. And we've got to use the combined power of the shift to change the field, and then help others to heal their core wound and do the same. So that's the process. If we all chose this path, we could shift global collective consciousness within 10 years. I mean, I reckon we should aim for 5 years, but at the worst, 10 years. So it is possible, provided we choose to do it. Now you understand why my wife thinks I'm the most stupid guy on the planet. Because if you think 7.7 billion people are going to make a shift in the next 10 years, you must need your head examined. But anyway, that's my belief. If we don't do it, we will not survive. Besides healing our core wound and shifting global consciousness, this is also a $1 trillion opportunity, which I'll be happy to explain to people if they're interested in this, and how we need to, when we're doing this work, we need to be earning some money so that we can then use that money to change our lifestyles and invest in a way which is more sustainable for our future. So if you're interested, you can go to these links, Heal Your Core Wound, make a note of this. That gives you shows you what's going on there. And then if you want to connect with me, there's my email address. And There's my website. And so you can read all about it there and how to do it. And what I do is my work is training trainers to train trainers to train trainers. And my view is that if enough people did this work in the next 10 years, we would make that shift and we would survive and we would thrive. So that's where I'm coming from. Right, so that's co-creating heaven on earth.
Lovely, Michael.
Right, so I just done that in 25 minutes.
That is fantastic. We did wrap up literally on the perfect time. That is brilliant. Thanks ever so much for your presentation, Michael. There was a lot there. And maybe we can still share the presentation slides after the call with everyone who has registered for today, because you had some really valuable nuggets in there for sure for everyone just to maybe just sit with and digest, because we all know that we need to make change on this planet. It's not quite clear exactly how we do that, but your work, you obviously have a very powerful message within, and it's powerful groups like what we're trying to create together between us that are needed to make the right change that the planet needs. So awesome stuff. I want to talk about your free gift, Michael. Are you still offering the 2-hour session, clearing your blocks using the David Hawkins scale?
I am. So if anybody wants to experience it, all they need to do is contact me. We'll arrange a time. It takes 2 hours.
Yeah, if I can just
basically what I do is I show you. I'll just show you where you're holding on to your blocks and holding you in separation consciousness, and then I show you how to go into unified consciousness, and I show you how to clear them.
Yes, amazing. If I can just maybe share my experiences, I've done the 2-hour session myself with Michael. So if you are tuning in from YouTube and you haven't registered, feel free to message me for the link. You can either message me via Facebook, Jen Lillian, or if you are watching this on Facebook in the Soul Central Facebook group and you haven't registered yet, there are links in all the various posts that I've posted today, or feel free to message me directly, and I'll be able to send you the link. And if you're watching on the Zoom right now, whether it's live right now on the replay recorded version, you already have the link to Michael for this 2-hour session. Now just go back, check your emails, and you'll find the link to connect with Michael. Or obviously Michael did share his info on screen, but it must be that you have registered for the event in order to get Michael's time of 2 hours, because time is very precious and you are giving a lot away for your time. So it's really worth doing the 2 hour. You actually get to learn a lot about yourself. Michael took me through a very powerful guided meditation. It's very, whether you're a seasoned meditator or not, for some reason, the experience I felt with you, Michael, was just very powerful in terms of like time just disappeared. It was just you and I, and you were getting me to visualize the things that we went through. And I did feel so much better after. And sometimes you can't quite articulate how you feel. You have to experience it yourself, because it's very subjective most of the time, this sort of work. But yeah, your time is very valuable, and I've gained so much from working with you. And I do feel very strongly with your message, and you and I will be talking and partnering up in some way, shape or form after the summit anyway. So I do feel we need to get you out there, Michael, because it's pressing time for where we are on the planet. And I like the slide about the waves. That demonstrated, I think, where we are right now, just like it's COVID, and then it's something else, and then it compounds and it's something else. And before you know it, we've got all these issues as a human race that we're struggling with. We need to come together, don't we, more so. But thank you, Michael, for your time. It's been awesome. Thank you. Do you have anything else to say?
Well, thank you. And I tested you earlier this morning to see where you were on the Hawkins scale. Oh. And you're still calibrating at infinity. So congratulations. That's brilliant.
Really? That's amazing. I love that. And do you remember where I started, Michael? Was it 320 maybe? I can't remember now.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, wow.
Which is quite high. So you're in the top 5% of people who started off with.
And to be fair,
now you've sustained to that infinity, which is very good.
Oh, thank you very much, Michael, for doing that. I'm sure that we are all, as a collective group, we are quite reasonably high on the scale. However, Michael does take you right up there. And again, it's a very powerful 2-hour session, and definitely worth investing your time into Michael to have this session. And then if you want onward chats, you guys can obviously, talk as we continue after the summit. But Michael, thanks ever so much. That brings us to the end of our slot today. I really appreciate being part of our first ever Soul Central Summit. More to follow for everyone who's watching now as a live video and also recording. We'll be releasing more videos around everyone who's been participating today, more so Michael's work as well coming through. And yeah, looking forward to seeing you for the next slot. The next slot will be the awesome Sarah. We're going to be discovering how you can overcome those unwanted weight challenges using the power of hypnotherapy. So looking forward to seeing Sarah at 3 p.m. And again, Michael, thanks ever so much. We'll be in touch after the summit and we'll definitely connect soon when we partner up as well. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Everybody.
Yeah, awesome stuff. See you very soon. Thanks, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. If you are tuning in, excuse me, I just had something to eat and it's caught to the back of my throat. Yes, if you are just tuning in, then welcome. This is the first ever online Soul Central Spiritual Summit, if I can get my words out. And we have been all day today talking about anything energy, anything negative energy, anything when it comes to the Akashic Records, anything to do with improving your love life or getting over a breakup. And now we're going to be talking to the lovely Sarah Canwright. If you have any challenges around weight, I personally haven't had any challenges when it comes to weight. However, Sarah is your lady if you are struggling right now with any weight issues. But I have seen the struggles and I have felt the mum. For the longest time, my mum has always struggled with her weight. And for those who are in the UK, she has been a complete fan of Weight Watchers and also Slimming World. However, there are other ways of losing weight. And Sarah here is today to be able to share with you the fascinating modality of using hypnotherapy to combat your issues and challenges around weight. So Sarah, it is lovely to see you. Thanks ever so much for joining us here today for the Soul Central Summit. You and I have been working together now for the last few months, and it's been an absolute joy. You've got so much to offer the world. You've got so many awesomeness, just stuff in your toolbox to share with everyone else. But you have been in on one particular area because you have found it a personal challenge in your life before when it comes to weight. So yes, Sarah, who are you? And would love to hear about you more and for you to share your story with the audience and how you can help people who are struggling right now with their weight.
Thank you, Jen. It's so great to be here. And I've found everybody's discussions and topics so interesting. And this is just such a great group of people to come together and share their knowledge and their wisdom. So thank you so much for putting this together. Today, yes, I'm here to talk about hypnotherapy, and I am focusing on weight because, excuse me, I'm going to put my phone on mute. Excuse me. So many of us have challenges with that. Right now, the rate of obesity and health-related problems with carrying too much weight is skyrocketing, and it seems to just be getting worse and worse, not better. There are more diets on the market every single day. They're popping up. And one thing that I can say about that is the more diets we have, the more challenges people have with their weight. So what does that tell you? Diets don't work. They really don't work. And there's a couple of very good reasons why they don't work. But first, to understand all of that, I want to just discuss who we are as three-dimensional beings. I mean, today we've talked a lot about our spirituality, of being in our 5D awareness, of activating our Merkaba, of working in our Akashic records. And that is wonderful, amazing work. And it is taking us to higher levels. But we cannot forget that we are still 3D beings, and we are locked into this physical body. And that physical body has not changed even an inch from 20,000 years ago. So although our spirits and our minds are evolving, our physical bodies are exactly the same as they were when we were hunters and gatherers. So that's really important to keep in mind, because our bodies are responding, our mind is responding to support that ancient being. And the most important thing of the mind, its number one job, is to keep us safe and on this planet. That's its job, period. It doesn't care if, oh, I'm so sorry, it's still going on. It doesn't care if we reach our heights in our profession, in our relationships, and it really doesn't even care if we reach our heights in our health. It's just trying to keep us alive on this planet. And to do so, it likes homeostasis. So what does that mean? It likes whatever happened yesterday, you were alive yesterday. So it wants to keep you alive. So it's going to do what you did yesterday. And it also has these natural triggers, these things that are in place to keep us alive. And one of those things is to avoid starvation. When we were hunters and gatherers, a lot of times it was unclear or unstable when we may come across a plethora of food, if ever. You know, we may have been roaming around the terrain for a month before we were able to slay an animal, and we didn't have refrigeration, so we had to eat it all at once. All of these things were natural to us, and they occurred just as our way of being. So the way our bodies evolved was to ensure that we didn't starve. So if we went a long period of time without finding ample food, our minds would say, hold on, you're not feeding us. We don't know when the next meal is going to come. So we're going to lock on to all of the calories that you've taken in. We're going to hold on to your fat supply. We are going to lower your metabolism. And we are going to make sure that you have enough to sustain you for that period of time. When you came upon that, I am so sorry. I'm just popular at this very moment, and I'm not sure why.
I know why.
We found an animal to eat. We would take it all in. We would pack on those calories. We would store the fat, and then our metabolism would hold on to it because it had already been lowered, so that we could use that over a long period of time. So, what does that mean to us today? When you go into a modern diet that encourages you to reduce your calorie intake, to increase your exercise, what's actually happening is your body says, oh my God, you're going into starvation. We don't know when the next good meal is coming. You've gone now 3 weeks without a solid meal. We don't know when the next one's coming. So what happens is your body reduces your metabolism. It takes it way down. And studies have proven many, many times that as you keep doing this to your body, as you roll through these diets, if you go through the Atkins diet or the Mediterranean diet or the juicing cleanse diet, all of these things reduce your calorie intake, and your mind and your body go into that old way of thinking and behaving, lowers your metabolism. And the thing of it is that when you go back to eating normal food, your metabolism does not come back up. This is the real challenge with modern diets that don't work. You have now reduced your metabolism permanently. You've started to eat normally again. And so your body says, okay, you fed us. We don't know when that time of not getting enough to eat will come again. So we're going to hold on to all of it. So we've all heard that pattern of, I've been on a diet, it didn't work for me, and now I put on more weight than before the diet. This is a natural thing. It's the right thing for your body to do. It's working perfectly the way it was designed. So that leads me to the problem of where we are now. So how do we overcome this? Because we have seen over and over again that diets don't work. There's so many diets on the market. If they worked, we would all be healthy and slim and fit. But that's not what's happening. Every year, there's more and more people struggling with weight-related illnesses, and the obesity rate is going up exponentially. I will make a breakaway here to hypnosis, what it is and how it works so well. So hypnosis is a way to directly access your subconscious mind. And for my clients, that helps them understand what's running those unwanted behaviors and then become free of them through the process of suggestion, by which bypassing the conscious mind into the critical factors, allowing the mind to accept these suggestions that were previously not accepted. So what the heck did I just say? Yeah, let me start with the different types of the mind. If we've ever heard of the 20-80 rule, I think many of us have, and that's a rule that says that 20% of our efforts account for 80% of our results. And this is kind of the same with our mind. Only 20% of our mind we are aware of, our conscious mind. The rest of it, the 80% of the mind, is our unconscious or our subconscious mind and is not really available to us on a day-to-day basis. And that part of the mind, that 80% that is not available to us, is what's running these ancient programs to keep us alive. So we need to work with our ancient subconscious mind in order to get the results that we want in our conscious lives. So to do this, we have to bypass those critical factors that are keeping us alive and keeping us safe. And we need to work with it to change that messaging, to change the delivery process of how our messages affect our bodies. And I'm sure that we are all very, very aware of that inside voice, that voice that we are constantly talking to ourselves. We are our own best conversationalists. But I'm sure I'm not alone when I say that often I have a very critical mind. I will say to myself, oh, you could have done that so much better. You're so silly. Why did you do that? Oh, what an idiot. Why did I do that? That's crazy. Oh my gosh, why can't I stick to this diet? I have no willpower. I'm weak. Other people do it. I can't do it. Oh my gosh, I'm starving. I could eat a horse. Oh, my bum is as big. My legs look like logs. Who is going to love me with all the cellulite? If any of these things sound familiar to anyone on this call, you are not alone. Our critical mind is constantly going. It's running in the background. And that critical mind is what is getting into our subconscious mind. So to change the message that your subconscious mind has and to change the way your body responds, we need to change the dialogue we have with ourselves. And that is what mindset is. So we've all heard you need to be in a better mindset, a mindset of abundance. You need to be in a healthy mindset, a happy mindset. So what does mindset mean? It means those words that we tell ourselves, those internal dialogues that we have with ourselves. And our thoughts are made up of nothing but pictures and words. That's all thoughts are. And thoughts create emotions. We have these pictures and these words. We have an emotional response to it. Our emotions create behaviors and actions, and those behaviors and actions form our reality. So it's a very quick chain reaction between the pictures and words we have in our minds and the reality that we create. So the way to change our reality is to change what we have in those pictures and words, in those thoughts, and how we dialogue with ourselves. So this is the magic of hypnosis. So what it does is it bypasses the conscious mind and goes into those critical factors of the subconscious mind so that we can consciously change the behaviors in our subconscious mind, allowing these new things to be available to us and to create this new reality. So what I have found when working with clients who have weight challenges, oftentimes their metabolism is so low. It is really down to the floor because they've tried repeatedly to do different types of diets. And what they have found is that they're in a worse position than they were before because their metabolism has been reduced. So the first thing that I like to do is help people to change that, to message to their mind that their metabolism is actually turned on. And in the gift that I'm giving today, I've put together a recording, a meditation recording, just specifically to raise your metabolism. There are many different things that you can look at for weight loss, but that is one that foundationally we can start to look at. I'm going to stop there. That was a lot of talking.
Sarah, can I just say,
I'm going to let you jump in.
No, that's brilliant. Thank you ever so much. There was so much there to unpack. Firstly, what came through to me was we all know really that diets don't work, but if my mum could ever have heard like what you've just spoken about, like she just would have maybe changed her way. She would have done things a long time ago, like years ago. I mean, the two programs that I mentioned at the start have done her well to a point, but I believe that if I ever had like a problem with weight, I would probably look at your alternative, like hypnotherapy for weight loss, just because I knew from like objectively looking in that just diets don't work. And I have been in the health, fitness and wellness space for many years, since 2012. So I know that exercise is obviously a very good component when it comes to weight loss. But we all know really you need to get your mindset correct first. And obviously hypnotherapy is like a fast track method to helping you with the challenges that a lot of people are, experiencing when it comes to weight. It's such a great explanation that you gave at the start. So thanks so much, Sarah. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. So when I work with clients, I go deeper than just suggestion. There's several types of hypnosis, and a popular form is a suggestion form of hypnosis. Don't get me wrong, it works great. It changes those neural pathways. By repetition, by hearing different messages in repetition, your mind will take on new neural pathways. It's called neuroplasticity. And I like to kind of compare it to a pathway in the woods. If you walk on that path every day, There'll be a groove in that path. You'll know it very well. You won't even need to look on the ground to make sure your step is stable. You'll know exactly where you're going. But if you step off that path and you go in a different direction, it doesn't take long for the weeds and the grasses, the trees to grow in that path, and it goes away. So the same thing happens with our minds. We have neuroplasticity, which means that we can create new neural pathways, and we can let the old ones wither away. And that's what happens with suggestive therapy, is that you create these new neural pathways, and over repetition, your mind will create it thicker, stronger, and you will then walk down that path instead of the other. The type of hypnosis that I offer uses regressive therapy as well. And so what that means is, in a very deep state of relaxation, through a series of questions and tools, you are encouraged to go back to memories that were the root and the reason and the cause that you started to hold on to weight in the first place. Because as babies, we were born with a perfect relationship with food. We got all that we ever wanted in our mother's wombs. We were safe and comfortable, and we had exactly what we wanted when we needed it. When we were babies, if we were full, we stopped eating. We didn't need more than what we wanted. We took in exactly what we wanted. We would fuss and cry perhaps when we needed food, and we would get that. And so we had this really great, healthy relationship with food. And it often doesn't take very long for us to create these neural pathways that are unhealthy in relationship to food. A lot of people look at food as comfort and love, because perhaps their gran, when they were babies, the young children made cookies for them, and they felt loved when gran would make these cookies. So when they want to feel love, when they're feeling sad or lonely, they think, their mind goes down that path that they walk through the woods every day since they were 5 and says, I felt loved when I had a cookie. So you go and have a cookie. Cookies are not love. They just remind you of love. And so by going into the regressive therapy, you can go back and you can examine exactly what it was that caused you to have this relationship with food. You know, a lot of people might say, oh, I'd get in terrible trouble if I didn't eat everything on my plate. Well, you know, sometimes it's good to leave it. If you've had enough, you can leave it. So by going back and looking at what these causes were, we can identify them. You can examine them. You can examine your subconscious mind in a conscious state. That is the brilliance of hypnosis, is that you can look at what's going on in your subconscious mind while being consciously aware of it. And at that point, you can decide new beliefs. And this is the amazing thing about our mind, that our beliefs are ours to change. And you can change them at any time. It is painless. It is fast. It is effective. And it really, really does work. So mindset is so important to the success of having a healthy relationship with our bodies, with our food, with the way food means to us in our society, in our relationships. So interlinked. And we don't have a healthy relationship with that. It's nearly impossible to achieve the goals that you have in mind.
Yeah, definitely. It's so fascinating, Sarah. I mean, I can sit and listen to you a lot longer than what we have today, but it sort of makes me feel like I need or want a weight problem just to do your hypnotherapy, because it just sounds very powerful. I have had the pleasure, though, just to let everyone know on the call today, I have had a hypnosis from you, and it was a great experience. And what really took me by surprise was just the level of concentration. Yet it felt a very how can I describe it? It didn't feel as much was required from me, if that makes sense, because I feel like, oh, maybe I can't be hypnotized, that maybe the ego comes through with that. But that must be a question you get all the time, Sarah. Like, can I be hypnotized? Can anyone be hypnotized? Yeah.
Anyone can be hypnotized, and here's what it is. To being hypnotized is it's going into a brain wavelength. And if you've ever driven home and you find yourself pulling into the driveway and go, oh gosh, how did I even get here? Like, I don't even remember the last 10 minutes of that drive. You are in a state of hypnosis. It's when it's when your subconscious mind turns on and puts you on autopilot while your conscious mind is thinking about, what you're going to have for dinner tonight, or, oh, did I make that call that I needed to make? Oh, I still need to make it. And oh yeah, and that client that I'm working with, don't forget to send that email. As your conscious mind is doing all of that, your subconscious mind is working for you, taking the right turns, stopping where you need to, avoiding traffic, and safely getting you home. Because remember, your unconscious mind, the number one job is to keep you safe and on this planet. So if your conscious mind is busy worrying about picking up the dry cleaning or walking the dog, it's going to get you home safely. It's incredibly powerful. It is 80% of our mind is our unconscious mind. So being in hypnosis is as easy as getting into that brain state. And it's a miracle that there are some really beautifully intelligent people in this world who have figured out how to do that with ease. And there is we'll call it a mechanical way of putting yourself into REM, or rapid eye movement, which is the same brain wavelength as being in hypnosis. So when I work with clients, it's very quick, it's very easy. We do a process of looking up and lowering your eyelids without looking down. And what that does is it causes a flutter in your eye, which produces the same brain wavelength as REM. So yes, anyone can be hypnotized. And you go into a state of hypnosis nearly every day, I'm sure. If you've ever, drifted off into space, daydreaming, if you've ever been so absorbed in a movie that you're watching that you don't realize that somebody is walking around the room, that's the same place. So we've all done it. We all do it every day. It's a natural state of being. It's a natural way of being. It's available to all of us. And when you work with somebody who's doing hypnosis, myself or someone else, they're skilled and trained to be able to easily lead you into that way of being in a relaxed state. You're not out, you're not asleep, you're fully conscious of everything that's going on around you, and you are in full control at any time. And Jen, you can attest from this. You could have gotten up and walked away if you wanted to. You could have said, I really need a drink of water. Let me go get something.
Yeah.
And you'd have done that.
Yeah, it's just, again, it was my first time with you, Sarah, being hypnotized. And yeah, you're right. I could have moved. I could have dealt with my cats because they're always meowing around me. I could have got myself a glass of water. But I could quite comfortably just sit there as well in that state. And how you described it, for everyone thinking, oh, I can't be hypnotized. Well, yeah, you can, because we've all been in that situation like you just described, driving a car, and before you know it, you don't even realize how you've got from A to B. Like we do it every day without realizing or not. So we're in that state. So it's a very safe place that you created for me to be hypnotized in. So thank you very much. It was a really powerful experience. It was obviously not about weight loss. I never have had any issues and challenges with weight, but many of us do. And I've seen the challenges of weight issues that my mum's had over the years, because I was brought up around diets, diet this, diet that, and she would always eat a separate dinner to everyone else, and it's always been around, and she's always struggled. So you might have a client coming your way, my mum, which is actually fine now, but it's taken her many years. But your method, it's fast, like you say, and it's very easy to soak on as a method, as a way of losing weight, and it's a nice experience. I felt very relaxed and very in control, which is what you just said. I really did feel that. So yeah, if anyone is on the fence about hypnotherapy and maybe using it to combat their current weight, challenges, and feel free to message Sarah. You've mentioned before briefly today, but you do have your Dream Body 21-day hypnosis. So I don't know if you want to go into more detail about that just one more time, and then we can tie things up.
Sure. Yeah, thank you. So as I mentioned, a lot of times diets will decrease your metabolism. And unfortunately, your metabolism is not jump-started until you do something to do that. And that's hard to do. But it's incredibly easy if you message to yourself that you are jump-starting your metabolism. It is actually as easy as that. I mean, this is the amazing thing, that diets don't need to be difficult. They don't need to be painful. You don't need to deprive yourself. You just need to get your mind on board. So the recording is really all about jump-starting your metabolism. And I will say, if you're, and the challenge is to listen to it days. That is how long it takes to create a new neural pathway. And I recommend that you listen to it before you go to bed, because that is when your mind is most receptive and closest to this hypnotic wavelength. But if you don't want to listen to the hypnosis, concentrate on changing the words and pictures that you have in your mind. Instead of saying to yourself, gosh, I ate that whole thing, I am a horrible person, don't beat yourself up. Allow yourself to change the way you approach food. Instead of saying, I can't have that, I'm on a diet, tell yourself, I'm choosing to not have it. It is so much more neutral, and it doesn't cause pain. Your mind is working overtime to move you away from pain. And when you tell yourself, I can't have it, I won't have it, I'm a bad person if I have it, your mind is saying, oh, we don't want you to feel pain, so we're going to figure out how to allow you to have that. And your willpower is just not going to work. You just can't overpower that 80% of your mind. But if you tell your mind, I'm choosing to leave it, I am choosing not to have that today, I can have that cake, biscuit, when I'm 90, when it doesn't matter. But today, I am choosing not to have it, because today I'm choosing to be healthy. Today I'm choosing to be happy with my body. Today I'm choosing to love my body. Those words will sink in. They will make a massive, massive difference in the way you approach your everyday choices. And so that's just my little bit of tidbit on there.
I was going to say, that is a great way to finish the whole thing off. And what a great additional tool alongside the 21-day hypnotherapy that you have, or hypnosis that you have. Because again, if I was struggling with weight issues, I feel like I would need like something quick to go to. Okay, I'm going to choose not to have that. I'm going to choose to have something healthy, whatever it is in that situation. So yeah, awesome stuff. Very, very well done. Thanks, Sarah. Please remind me.
Choose to feel great about it.
Yes.
You know, that's really important too. Choose to feel great about it.
And this is coming from someone who has struggled with weight before. I don't know if you want to share with anyone how much you actually lost using hypnosis, Sarah?
You bet. So my story is, I've never had to diet in my life and this and that, but I did find myself in a situation where I was unhappy happy. I was depressed. I had just broken up in a relationship, and my heart was broken. And so I was going for the comfort food and not going out and not exercising and just not doing the things that were supporting me. And I put on quite a bit of weight. I put on about 30 pounds. And you can't see me, but I'm only 5'1". So that was substantial for me. And last year I was taking a trip down to the beach and really wanted to wear a swimsuit and not feel like somebody was going to harpoon me. So I set myself to lose weight. And the only thing that I did was listen to a hypnosis, and I did 1 minute of plank, the upward position of a push-up, for this 1 minute while listening to my hypnosis. And in it, I had a visualization that I was carved out of butter, and as my metabolism was warming up, the butter was melting, and I had a vision of my body just melting away.
Wow.
And by the time I did go down to the beach, I had lost about 25 of the pounds, and I was feeling really good in that swimsuit. So didn't mind at all walking around. It happened without changing behaviors. I didn't change what I was eating. All I changed was my mindset. So you can have success. You can have success with mindset, but you can't have it without it. So it's really important to get your mind in the right place, to have a very strong vision of what you want, if that is a dress size or a certain look. Have that vision, keep that vision in your mind and work towards it. Tell yourself every day, I am choosing to do what it takes to get me to that place. And you will get there.
Amazing. What's a great transformational story, Sarah. Thanks ever so much for sharing. And yeah, good for you. Remind me, please, how long is your hypnosis? For 21 days? Every day?
I think it's I would have to look at the minutes of it, but it's around 15 or 18 minutes.
Which is, I'm sure everyone can find that time in their day to concentrate on their challenges with weight.
Yeah.
What a great gift.
It may be a little longer. I'm trying to think now. It may be a little longer, but it's not terribly long.
No,
and especially if you listen to it before you go to bed.
Yeah.
It's a nice way to slip off into your land.
Yeah, I just wanted to give a ballpark figure to those who are listening in on the live and the replay. But thanks ever so much, Sarah, for your time.
Thank you for having me. It's wonderful to be here.
No, fantastic. And thanks ever so much for sharing your awesome gift. And if you are watching on YouTube and you haven't quite registered for this event and you would like the 7 gifts that are offered today, feel free to message me. I'll send you the link. You have until midnight tonight to register for the event, and then it's closed doors. If you are in the Soul Central Facebook group and you haven't registered for this particular event, then there will be posts throughout the whole of my page today. You'll find the link on there, or feel free to reach out to me. I'm at Jen Lillian with 2 L's on the Lillian. And if you're on the call, whether it's the live or the recorded version, the replay, then feel free to jump back to your emails. You already have access to Sarah. You have the gift already and the other gifts as well. And then you can also enjoy the hypnosis and all the other stuff from all the other awesome coaches we've had today on the call so far. But yeah, thanks ever so much, Sarah. It's been great. I really appreciate your time. I love your energy. I love your work. And we'll definitely be hearing more from you very soon. Excellent.
Great. And I just want to say, if anyone wants to find me on my website, you can find me at www.transformationalhypnosis.com.
Fantastic. Yeah. Excellent. Thanks, Sarah.
All right.
See you very soon. Thank you very much.
All right. Bye.
Bye. Bye, everyone. hello everyone and welcome back. If you are tuning in, excuse me. Hello, hello, welcome back. I'm just going to press record in the Facebook group as it likes to boot me off here and there. Quite unpredictable Facebook. I'll go back to my other screen. Lara, are you on the call? Show me your lovely face.
It's very slow, very stunning.
Hey, Lara, how are you?
I'm very good, thanks. And you?
Yes, fantastic. Thanks ever so much for coming. I'll just do a bit of an intro. So welcome, Lara, and welcome all. This is the first ever Soul Central Summit 2022. We've been going live since 12 o'clock today UK time, and we will be wrapping up at 6 o'clock UK time. You are actually the last coach of the amazing people I have in my life right now. I feel like since joining the circle that we are forming and that we are building as each event passes by, we are just like, I think, creating quite a powerhouse. You guys have all touched me in some way, shape or form, and I feel like as a spiritual coach online, as an empath, we need these awesome connections. And someone like yourself, Lara, you have so much to share. I've always enjoyed your energy. I find you so much fun. You know, you've got that real giggly, carefree spirit that comes through every time I connect with you. It's really quite infectious. So I really wanted you to be part of the summit for that reason, and obviously others as well. But I just always enjoy being in your company. So thanks ever so much, Lara, for joining us today. For those who are joining live via my YouTube channel, Jen Lillian, and you haven't quite registered, then feel free to drop me a link, or a message, sorry, and I'll drop you a link. You can then register for this event, and you'll get the 7 free gifts that every coach we have heard from today has offered. If you are live in the Facebook group with me and you haven't quite registered for this summit, that's fine. You have until midnight tonight to register. You'll find the link in all the posts I've been posting throughout the day today. But if you still can't find that particular registration email, or sorry, the link, I will send you the link. Just drop me a personal message if you want. And if you are live on this call right now, it means that you have actually registered, which is awesome. And if you're watching the replay, whether it's live or the replay, just go back to your emails. You will see the schedule of all our coaches today, and also all the gifts that the coaches today have offered. So back to you, Lara. Thank you so much, as mentioned, for joining us today. You are a very, very awesome Akashic Record reader. How to get back to the usual self. So, there must be times everyone can relate to where you might just be waking up groggy or tired, or something's not quite right, or, you know, not even waking up on a day, but there might be just some periods in your life where you just don't feel yourself. And we always desire to be our best version of ourselves, but sometimes we can't quite understand how to get there. So I believe, Lara, this is where you come into play, and you can help everyone on the call and those who watch the replay get to. So I would love to know about you more, Lara, to tell the audience about you, what you've done in your life, and how you are and how you come to where you are today, that sort of thing.
Well, thank you so much for inviting me. I'm so excited. And so the first time I found out that I was a healer, I was 15 years old. And but because of my life situation, and I was working with my dad in the hotel, and I didn't really follow the spiritual path. I was more into the mind, into the work, into what needed to be done. Even though I always had this desire to find the truth, and this need to find the truth. And I had a few interesting experiences with my dog, which sounds weird, but was my dog, where we were communicating in a telepathic way.
Nice.
And that is, at the moment, that I found it quite normal. But then later in the year, in my life, I found out what the reason which I will come along. At the age of 28, I decided to come to live in the UK to support my mum. I was supposed to go back to Italy, but I stayed. And so when I came in the UK, I wanted to look for myself. I was looking for myself, and I was looking for God. It's so interesting how the two were related. And what do? I grew up in Christianity, so where I go to the Italian community in Christianity. And then I couldn't feel I could relate, so I left. I went into a Korean center. Then after a while I left. I went into an Hindu center. Then I left. I went into another Hindu center. But all this journey, all this travel I went through is just to find where I always been, which is me.
Yeah.
And it's very interesting. In the meantime, I did a lot of courses. I did the Reiki 1 and 2, reflexology, metamorphic technique, body massage, pranic healing, crystal pranic healing, and probably I forget some of them because it was just quite full on. Plenty of workshops, even not only into spirituality, but also into the practical, like to be a healer. And being in the UK, I carry on to work in catering, which was where I was born. And I've been managers in restaurants and waitress and managers, and switch a bit to have a rest from the pressure to be the manager. And then 8 years ago, I decided to open a restaurant. And I thought I was a superwoman, so I bought it on my own. But thanks to that type of journey, I feel like I was dealing a lot with my karma and releasing, learning the lessons over and over again until I managed to learn the lessons, hopefully. And again, I was doing a lot of courses and into spirituality. So one day, this group came and asked me if they could do meditation into my coffee shop, and I said, "That's amazing! I didn't have time to do meditation, and they come to me." So they were doing meditation into my coffee shop, and I was just sitting there. Even though it's very interesting because I didn't separate myself with the restaurant. And that was quite a challenge because I put the restaurant before me. And I can see many people put family and business and work before themselves. And I think is a wrong combination. So we live and learn. And from that group, I learned I already learned the pranic healing, but what they were doing is they were doing like affirmation from how to release the energy, and then use the pranic healing. Pranic healing is based on the 7 chakras. Actually, I work on the 11 chakras because there are few of them at the back and front. They are energy center in the body, and they are like a cone coming out externally. So it depends how they are, or if they are blocked, or they could be shrink, or they can be congested, or I could feel stuff in it that doesn't make the work of the chakra rotate smoothly. So it depends how you look at it. If you look at it from your side, looking at me, it would be clockwise. Yes. And then what I do with the formation, I release energy from the body and I clear the chakra. Is a no touch technique. Even though years ago I learned pranic prano healing, which is prano is actually the touch horn healing. That's why I didn't feel like Reiki was with me, because I could feel the energy coming out from my hand into the body. And the Reiki usually is a non-touch. And then I end up with Kaliki, is another not-touch healing. So I've been practicing, and I've received healing, and I've been giving healing for now nearly 6-7 years. And then one day I was doing healing, and I saw an entity. And that was very interesting, because I could actually see. It's like if you imagine to see a white horse. It's the same things I could see the entity on my friend's body. And then I removed the entity, and then from 1, 2, 3, now I found it quite easy to remove. Entities is just a form of energy we call when we need them for help. We call them for help, especially when it's very hard time or during an accident, or we can't deal with the situation. Unconditionally, we call this entity to help us, to give us the lessons we needed to learn. The problem is the situation is into the spirit world, there is no time and space. So these entities, they don't realize that for us, as time goes on, for them, it's normal to be with us. So somehow they are in us. Not all the time, they come and go. And when we have in a situation in our life where we feel struggle, is their energy is coming out. And that is the best way to work with when you struggle in life, because you have the emotions and the fear and the energy. And by reading the chakras of your body, I can feel the one heart stuck and the one needed to be clear or energized, and so on. And with entities, they come only usually when you feel something in the body, when you feel pain in the body or you feel stuck in the body. That's where I can feel the entities there. And it sounds very weird. When I'm doing healing, I always bet and I yawn.
Yes, you do. Yes.
I feel your energy, and for me, it's good.
Yeah, it's a good sign. You're doing your work. Yes.
Yeah, but people think I'm bored.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Well, actually, Andrew does the same. As you know, Andrew was on a little bit earlier today, and he often yawns because I've had work from him and you, and you both do the same thing. It's like a release, is it? Do you like absorb like your client's energy and then it comes out through a yawn? Is that what happens?
Well, it's not really what I feel. I don't absorb, but when you release it, I get the best.
Yeah.
Or the yawn.
Yeah.
But I'm not absorbing, because obviously we call our guides to protect us, because otherwise it could be very tricky.
Yeah, Lara, so Andrew mentioned earlier that there are like many entities out there, like over 22. And what sort of entities do you specialize in, would you say? Or can you just work with a number of type of entities? And what are those entities for those who didn't quite watch or listen into Andrew's chat earlier? Well, what entities are we actually referring to right now, Lara?
Well, I never called them, also because they presented to me in a different shape. But like, for example, it's the shape of a dragon when it's fear, or when it's a depression. I can feel the shape of a dragon. Or sometimes it's when we have like a foggy mind, there are webs, and I can see spiders and the eggs. I know sometimes I laugh at myself. It's like, is it really happening? But this is my perception. And so I never count them, because each time they have different shapes. And depends on the client I'm dealing with, I see what type of entity they have. Also, it's very interesting how if we didn't learn the lesson, they come back again and again and again. But sometimes they need guidance to move on. It's also from a place of love, because at the end of the day, they came here to help us.
Yes.
So we needed to come from a place of love and but with power, and help them to go back where they came from or go to the light.
So earlier, Laura, you mentioned there's actually more than 7 chakras. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Most people only know the top 7, I suppose they are, if you can call them the top 7. I mean, what are the main sort of meanings and functions of, let's say, the top 7? I mean, if there's more, then we haven't got enough time to go through all of them. But
well, the main one, we have the crown chakra, which is connected to the spirituality, connection to the divine, or our guide. Then we have the Ajna chakra, which is a pineal gland. Is a gland where basically is a vision, an awareness, and understanding what is happening. Then the thyroid gland is the chakra is more like a communication, but sometimes is also related to controlling situations. It's coming from the throat. Then we have the heart chakra, obviously is about love.
Yeah.
And then we have the solar plexus is about self-power and wisdom power, and the self-value you have about yourself. Then we have the sex chakra, is about creativity. Chakra is about security and the self-power. These one are the main ones.
Yeah, cool. There's obviously, as you mentioned, a lot more that you work with, but the idea is to at least try and do you balance your chakras, or do you clear the chakras? Like, how would you describe what we need to do as a human being?
What I do, and eventually I like to teach this technique, is I feel the chakra, and I see what I feel. If there is so can I use you as a guinea pig?
Yeah, sure. Guinea pig away. Yeah, I'm here.
So your crown chakra is expanded, but not as much. It's more like straight instead of wide.
Okay.
Then the throat chakra is a little bit tight. And this is interesting because sometimes I feel what the clients feel. So like if they connected to the Akashic Records reading and reading the chakra, if I feel like they're being strangled in the past life, I can feel in the throat, very tight. And then your heart chakra is very much expanded. It's very nice and strong. And the solar plexus chakra as well is nice. The creativity chakra, the sex chakra. That one is a little bit tight, but no major blockages. And the basic chakra is nice and strong. So what I would do, I would ask you, always guided from my guide, they suggest me for you to make some affirmation. So I would ask you, repeat after me. I isolate and release.
I isolate and release. Yeah.
All thoughts, forms, and beliefs.
All thoughts, forms, and beliefs.
So my body, mind, and spirit.
My body, mind, and spirit.
From this life or any other lifetime.
From this life going into another lifetime.
All energy.
All energy.
That tells me.
That tells me.
But I needed to control the situation
That I need to control the situation
to a better outcome.
to a better outcome.
And this is not my truth,
This is not my truth,
because I trust I'm guided
because I trust I'm guided
and I'm protected.
and I'm protected.
So be it.
So be it.
And breathe in from the divine and breathe out from your throat chakra. Back and front. And then and again, I feel what my guides want me to feel. Okay. I isolate and release
I isolate and release
all energy
all energies
of fear to communicate my truth.
from fear to communicate my truth. Was that?
Yes.
Yeah.
So be it.
So be it.
Breathe in from the divine and breathe out from your throat chakra. Front and back again. Now it's more expanded than before. And like this, I do every single chakra where I feel like there is congestion or blockages
Nice.
to make it the balance. And then I isolate all the chakras to make it the balance. Sometimes I receive blessings for the client. Sometimes, most of the time, because really and truly, they're all waiting up there for us for a better present. But also, it's very important, and I'm related to all the speakers before me so often. The mindset is important, the subconscious mind is important. Spiritual practice is important, but sometimes what happens, people do meditation and they expect miracles doing that practice of meditation, but the result is everyday's life. So when we make the connection to the divine and we silence the mind, if we can do that out of the blue 3-4 times every day, it works better than just sit there and try to shut the mind. Just to be present in the now. I just burp.
Yeah, I've noticed. Yeah, it's okay. We're in a safe place. Allowed to burp.
And so it's just, and every time I do this healing, I'm always amazed how powerful it could be and how easy. Now, after working in a restaurant, I'm now in the morning a dog walker because I want to connect to nature and animals, and and such a. I'm really going through a very powerful healing process right now, and but eventually, actually, I already started. I want to do the healings on animals as well. And the fact that I had that experience with my dog when I was very young, to have this telepathic experience, is going to help me if I have to ask the animals to release the energy. But with this Akashic Records reading, I can work with the soul without going through the physical.
Yes.
So it's all a journey.
It's an interesting path for you to take, to be fair, because it's quite an unusual way of working. I mean, animals, everyone loves animals, and we're all curious to know why we do form such a strong bond with our fairy friends. I mean, they make us feel loved and special, and it'd be amazing to really sort of see and understand their journey as a soul on earth. Just because they're fairy and they're smaller than us doesn't mean to say they're less important. They're just they're amazing. Like my 2 cats, I'm a big cat fan. They're lovely little souls, and I would love to know if they could like communicate to me. I would love to know what they're thinking. So I wish you all the best on your chosen path as you move forward. That sounds so interesting. You have to keep us updated with how that particular work is going, because obviously you get feedback, instant feedback, working with us as clients. But
Yes.
what sort of feedback would you be looking for from animals when you work with them? Like
Interesting.
a bark? They wouldn't burp, would they?
No, no, I don't think so.
Yeah.
But what I think what they do, I don't know. I have to wait for the result.
Yeah, you'd have to wait for the record keepers and guides to let you know what the sign should be. I know with cats, like there's a lovely thing that's said within the cats community. If the cat looks at you with lovely warm eyes and they just, they blink, but a nice slow warming blink, that's like the I love you eyes. So maybe they'll react to you in that way. I'm not too sure about dogs as such. I used to be a dog owner, but not anymore. But yeah, interesting. You'll have to keep me informed, Laura, on that.
Only a couple of days ago, I was in dog walking. I had these two greyhound dogs, and one disappeared. She's on long leave because she's a bit cheeky, but she wouldn't come back to me when I was calling her. And her friends, well, there are two friends living in the same house, but they're not related. And it's very interesting. This is another thing. These two dogs, they were found in the wild in the UK. And the vet says that they were two sisters. But the owner, she didn't know what happened. So by connecting to the pranic feeling, my higher self, and I asking questions. So I asked the question, are they related? At the first time they said yes. And I said, okay, they're mother and daughter. But then they say no, they're not. They are mother and daughter, but the mother adopted the daughter, but they're not related by blood, only by affection.
Okay.
And then she asked me how many days they were lost in the wild. So I asked the Akashic record. They give me 5 days, but it wasn't traumatic. They were just hungry and thirsty, and they didn't went through any traumatic experience. And then I said, okay, take me towards this mind again. I asked her to take me where the other dog was, and he was stuck in the bushes. You see, it's just mind blowing. I feel like I'm a little girl.
Well, you can tell you're on the right path for you. That's awesome.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No, thanks to Catherine, because since I met her, my life changed.
Yeah. We've had a lovely comment come through from Alex, and I completely resonate with your message. You just have like the most awesome energy that comes through, Lara. So whether you are helping us humans or our furry friends and associates, your work is just amazing. So thanks ever so much. And you have a great gift today. And we are really talking about how to get back into your best version of yourself, because life can take over. We've got entities coming in and out. How rude, but hey, that's what they do. And we've got loads of blocks that we can't quite see, but you can. So your awesome gift today is a chakra reading using the Akashic records. And if you want to maybe elaborate more on what your gift is today, Lara.
Yeah, absolutely. And with the clearing of chakras. Yeah.
How long's your session? Remind us.
Well, 1 hour, but I can do like 40 minutes.
Yeah. Lovely. So if you've actually watched Laura from the beginning, from 4:45, we did go through a quick snippet of what people can expect if they were to book their session through you, Laura, which is awesome. If you are on YouTube and you are watching this and you would like Lara's gift as well as the other gifts that we have today, then feel free to jump onto the link. If you can't find the link, that's fine. Send me a message. I'll send you the link and you will get all the gifts from today. If you are actually tuning in right now from Facebook, the Soul Central Facebook group, feel free just to look at the post I've been blasting the page today, or the group, I should say. The link is on there. You've got until midnight to register for this event. Otherwise, otherwise you won't get access to these gifts after 12 o'clock tonight. And if you are on the call today on Zoom right now, whether it's the recording or the live right now, you have access to Lara already, but you can just ping back to your emails to see. They'll get your awesome details and access to your chakra reading and clearing using Akashic Records, Lara. So yeah, hopefully you'll get some people come your way. But yeah, again, you are awesome, Lara. Thanks ever so much.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, no worries. And thank you for completing. You are the 7th coach of today. So thank you. It's gone super, super quick. You are finishing up the Soul Summit. I will be on in the next 15 minutes. If you want to learn the spiritual secrets to start, build and grow your online coaching business to success, I've got a great way to supercharge your online coaching business in the next 30 days. If you want to stick on for that, feel free. But for now, Lara, again, a big thank you. I appreciate you. You've been awesome. And the other coaches that are still on here and everyone else who attend today, thank you so much. And feel free to continue to stay with me until 6 o'clock if you want to enhance your online coaching business journey. Thanks, Lara. I'll see you very soon. We'll be in touch. Thank you. Thanks again. Thanks, everyone. Yeah, cheers. Hello and welcome back. My name is Jen Lillian and you are here as it's the first ever online Soul Central Summits that we're doing. We've had some amazing guests today. Hi Catherine, good to see you. It's been absolutely jam-packed with spiritual goodness from 12 o'clock UK time, and we're now just rounding up to 6 o'clock. So thanks to everyone who has joined, and I'm here to round everything up to share with you the spiritual secrets on how to build a successful online coaching business. The secrets have been told all throughout the whole event. So there are many individuals, 7 actually, or 8 altogether to include me, but 7 of you guys have actually expressed who you are as a person and shared your awesomeness and the gifts that you have on offer here, and obviously to the rest of the world as well. And they are the secrets, okay? These guys that have made this summit possible this year, you guys have all touched me on my heart in one way, shape or form, and I just want to give you a big thanks. And there's so many secrets that I feel I can share, but obviously if you were to follow those guys as individuals and their work, they will tell you a lot more in their area of expertise. But I'm here to glue all that I've learned from them together. And now it's also a good part to a good time to put your logical hat on. I'm like the strategy person. I am the automation person. I am basically the business coach. See myself as a marketing psychologist, where I get to know you as an online coach, whether you're a therapist, a healer, or a practitioner, and I help you understand the people that you want to help. So as a marketer, and I've been now in business since 2012, my business journey started off back in Shanghai, China, where I set up and run at the time 2 indoor cycling studios in China, and then I moved to the UK in 2014, and then I set up another 2 indoor cycling studios, and that's when I became a mum as well, around 2014, 2015. And then that was also the time where I learned the power of going online, and that's where I really supercharged my marketing knowledge and experiences and expertise, just because I did things in a very non-automated way. I did things very organically, and I did things by word of mouth. So when it comes to marketing in a very traditional way, I was marketing my businesses at the time, and that was great. And I had some superb success, don't get me wrong. I've had many highs and many lows when it comes to business, but I really also did experience the nasties of business. So I'm referring to things like the stress and the anxiety and the burnout, which, and I am worst case scenario, led to my depression. That's because I felt at the time, or looking back now, I wasn't doing things in a very smart way, you could say. When you go into business, you want to do it as empaths. Most of us are here as empaths. We want to help others, but we need to be able to help ourselves. And you don't usually go into business and you don't usually find yourselves wanting or understanding the real need of really getting to learn the ropes when it comes to marketing your own business. I learned the hard way, so you don't have to go through all the years of trial and testing and trying to figure everything out for yourself. If you do have a business, that is fantastic. Feel free to share exactly what you do in your line of work when it comes to an online coaching business as an online coach. But don't be on your own doing everything. There are other ways that you can do it if you're feeling the stress and anxiety and the burnout when it comes to your business. We all want leads, we all want awesome clients, and we all actually want, really, if we think about it, soul clients. You know, we want to be in connection with the right people. Now, the coaches, as mentioned today on the summit, have shared what they do, and with good reason as well, because they've helped me, as mentioned, on so many different levels and in so many different ways. But to put the combination of the coaches that you've heard from today, plus also a method, or in my case, I call it the Built to Last system, which is essentially a lead generation system where you generate high quality leads who then turn into clients. And then obviously you get that great experience of making money in your business, because we are here to share our gifts to the world. We're also here to live in abundance as well. And we're also here to have a good time and to enjoy our business. Sometimes the balance can be completely knocked off if you don't have the right systems in place. So I know Heather and I were talking about a few hours ago, if your business isn't really working well, that ends up spilling into other corners of your life. If we refer to the Wheel of Life, we're all coaches here, so we would have heard of the Wheel of Life as a good tool to use. Every now and then, just check in on yourself. You know, what areas do you need to improve on? And I always say in that Wheel of Life, concentrate on the 3 poor performing areas of your life first, and then things start to, you know, work out in your favor overall. So in my experience, my business was going really well monetary wise, but it wasn't going well in terms of like the stress and the pressure. I didn't know how to deal with stress and anxiety at the time in China. And if I had the team that I have around me now, these awesome coaches on the call who have talked about the day-to-day, then I would have obviously had a better experience back then. But obviously that's my journey. I've gone through all the stuff in the last near 10 years now. 10 years in August, I'll be celebrating my decade in business. If I had everything that I have now, then things would have been a lot easier for me then. But that's why I'm here giving back. So you have go-to strategies in your spiritual toolbox, in your marketing toolbox, in order for you to really have a great and successful online coaching business. So I will get into some slides, and for those who have joined us today and registered for the event, you will get this for free, all on me. I haven't advertised it because I just wanted to offer it to people who are interested, because this is only valuable for those who are ready in their business to start making the changes in order to get the extra clients into their business. And it takes a lot of explaining. I'm not here as a marketer saying to you the best strategy is to do messaging in your inbox to find clients. There's definitely a science behind it, like there is with anything, if you want to get really decent results. But this is the portal that I offer anyone who is interested, a way of supercharging their online coaching business. There are many, many moving parts, and this has taken me pretty much years to understand when it could trial and error in my offline studios that I've had in my time before, indoor cycling studios. But also I've learned the ropes going online since 2014, way before the pandemic hit. I'm an advocate of going online before 2019, before COVID. I had my transform your offline service to online. So I'm a massive fan of going online. And the reasons being is because the softwares out there are fantastic in order for you to take a step back and start enjoying your life. That's where I think about year 4 or 5 into my 10 years now into business, I was going wrong. I could forecast me needing to be a mum very soon. I had the pressures of like having to physically go out and open my indoor cycling studio, but I couldn't be in 2 places at once. So when I realized the power of going online and having a big chunk of my business automated and live online, I could then switch on and off, as it were, campaigns to then generate those leads for me, so then I can concentrate doing other things. So for example, being a mum. So that's where I am with how I help my clients. I automate a heavy chunk of their business. So I would say roughly about 75% you can create into a system, and you can then, once you've built what I call the built to last system, which is the lead and client generation acquisition system. Once you have that working in your business, that's when you can take a step back and do whatever else you wish to do. So it might be that you want to go on holiday. It might be that you want to just service your clients and do that in a way that feels more relaxed and more chilled, because you've got everything in place. You're not always trying to find or hunt for the next lead or client into your business. And I love numbers. I never used to love numbers. If you are, a bit shy or you resist knowing the numbers in your business, if I can give you any tip, that would be to try and know your numbers in your business. And I can go through certain videos in this portal to help you understand what it means to earn however much you want to particularly make in your business. If it's an extra couple of grand in your business per month, or even more than that. Some people like to make 6 figures. I've done that before, more so in my offline days. I'm now a mum. I like to have the balance of just having a nice, relaxed life. I'm sort of a a part-time marketer really, because I want to have a life. I've been in business, and I think Lara, you mentioned, when you put your business forward, that's when I had problems in my life. That's when I had ill health. My marriage was on the rocks, and I'm separated now. Long story, but I want to have time for my son. So it's because now I have a lot of my business online to then take a step back, and I have the balance of the income that I want, because everyone's got their different income points that they want in their life, but also the combination of enjoying my life now. Whereas before it was, I had the whole like mentality and mindset of like must work and hunt for the clients, and it was just exhausting. And as mentioned, I was completely depleted and burnt out. So if you want this program, feel free, it's free, but feel free to raise your hand. You can message me and I will send you the login details. So under the welcome, let's get started section, I basically take clients through the expectations of running an online coaching business. Now, a lot of people don't really understand the mechanics of an online coaching business, and that's fine because we need to start from somewhere. I personally don't know where you are in your business, and feel free to message me because I'm happy to point you in the right direction should you feel a little bit lost or overwhelmed, or you don't know exactly what you're doing, because at the end of the day, I know you're here on this planet to be helping other people, but I'm here to help you so you can help other people. And yeah, to understand the moving parts and to have a good foundation of what it means to operate your online coaching business to success, this is what the Welcome Let's Get Started videos are all about. So in particular, I'm going to presume you have a program already, you already have a client or few already, but if I was to actually show you more so the statistics, this video, which will come up, but I will show you more so the slide, this gives you a rough idea as to the system you need in place in order to have that freedom in your business. Most coaches, I tend to find, concentrate on 2% of the sales, the upfront sales, the front end sales. But if you look here, only 2% of sales are made on the first contact. Get my words out, it's been a long day. And that's where most coaches concentrate their monies on. What we need to do is basically.
Sorry, Jen.
Hey, yeah.
Sorry, Jen.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, hello, Catherine.
We can't see.
Oh, you can't.
Sorry, are you trying to show us a slide?
You can't.
I can't see anything.
You can't see. That's fine. Let me just see what's going on here. Then I thought I could share my screen. Thanks, Catherine. Maybe my computer's just playing. I don't know, playing silly buggers because I've been on it since 12, and it's so hot. My Mac, I think it really needs a break. I don't know why that I can't seem to share. Let me try again. Oh, you can see my untidy yet tidy desktop. It's very organized. I promise you. Can you see now? Oh, you can. Thanks so much, Catherine. I appreciate your feedback. So here we are, guys. Back to this slide I was referring to, the sales statistics. So most coaches, I tend to find, concentrate on the first contact, so the front end point of contact when it comes to their audience. And that's where only 2% of the sales are actually made. So when it comes to building a lead generation process and system into your business, it's about creating as many touch points as you can in your business to then eventually the prospect to really get to trust you enough to jump on a call and go, you know what, I really, really need you to help me with whatever it is that you're offering. So I love events. I'm an offline business owner originally anyway. So I always used to love going to the coffee mornings and doing events and so much stuff offline, sorry. I used to run 4 indoor cycling. Well, I've done 4 indoor cycling studio events before offline, and 12-hour charity spin-a-thons. And it was a great way for the whole community to get together and spin for 12 hours for charity. And that is great for marketing. The world we live in today, gone are the days where you can guarantee for you to lay down a deposit in a function hotel room and guarantee people can come in, because the behaviours of everyone wanting to meet people in person have changed naturally due to the pandemic. So even though online is a great plan B to migrate onto online, it's not as easy to make those connections online. So it's so important that you have, if you are online, to have as many ways of people to connect with you, to raise their hand to your work, to read your content, to just basically absorb and indulge in all your great value that you have here to offer your audience. And you can see here, as we go down the stats, 80% of the sales are made between the 5th and the 12th contact. So again, this is just a way for me to communicate to you of the expectations of this is why we are creating a built system in your business. I do have other valuable videos in this portal that you can have access to, as mentioned, if you are interested. But I do help you get a quick start win. If you don't have an audience already, this is a little bit harder. But if you do have an audience, this would be a great video for you to watch. Tracking your KPIs is also very, very handy. Recording, I've done it before. It doesn't always load up the Excel sheet. But basically on a call, if you wanted to jump on a call with me, I can go through the actual figures of where you are in your business and what you want to get to. So depending on where exactly your current program is priced at, I can let you know how many leads you need to generate coming into your business and how much money you need to advertise in, let's say, Facebook or YouTube, in order to generate your desired income based on your program price. I always suggest to clients, due to the way Facebook, I'm a big Facebook fan and marketer. Let's say you have a £2,000 program, you would need at least £500 to advertise into Facebook to get that £2,000 worth of program back. So we always usually work on a 4 times return on investment. And this is what I mean about knowing your numbers in your business. So then every day you come to your desk, let's say you've watched your daily to-do list, you can engage into, like, you know, where you are in your business and your lifestyle, what you need to do in the marketing front, you know, and then how many leads you need coming in order to hit your goal. That's why, as mentioned, knowing your numbers is a good thing for you to get your head around and learn to laugh, because once you know your numbers in your business, you have complete control over your business. And that's what I never had, even though I was successful making money, but that was at a cost of my health and overall my relationship with my husband, because I was just working, and I didn't know my numbers at all. And I was just like hunting for my next, few members to come through. Now, every one of you in your own individual way as a coach in the summit today, on the summit, has mentioned the power of mindset. And usually I partner with greats around this area. Everyone that's on the call today, we've partnered up or worked in some capacity. So unshakable mindset is, obviously, it goes without saying, it's a no-brainer. You do need a good mindset when you are in business. But I do categorize an online coaching business overall as 3: mindset, mechanics, and mastery. And I'll just drop down the menus here. Under mindset, we basically walk through together, like through the videos, your message to the masses. So I know you want to help people. I know you are here on this planet to help people. We're usually all empaths in circles like these, right? But you need to be able to match what you want to help your audience with the right message, because if you are off with your message, then unfortunately your message or your services won't land with the right people. So there is a process, there is a way of crafting your message in such a way to make sure that the right audience has the right information from you, because if you don't get that right, unfortunately you're wasting your time, you're wasting your investment into whichever platform you come to advertising, and your precious energy as well. So message to masses is obviously a very important step. That's why I'm including it in step number 1. And this can take a few weeks with my high paying clients, because once you get this nailed in or nailed down, everything else then falls into place. But messaging is key. So once you get that right, everything else starts to flow. Unshakable Mindset, you've got a choice, a selection of all the fab coaches we've had here today. If you are struggling, for example, with weight, let's say, or a relationship, or you want to learn more about the Akashic records, you want to clear your blocks, you've got your choice. Some amazing coaches to help you with your unshakable mindset, depending on where you are. Magnetic gift is step number 3 of 9. It's always good to ethically bribe your audience once you get your messaging right with a gift that helps them understand where they're at, the pain they're at, because you have tried to make them understand that you understand where they're at with their pain. And it's all about getting them a small win, and that's a way to build their trust. It's also a way to, get their email address to grow your business. And it's just a way for you to communicate your good stuff, but as a snippet. It's like a window into your world. So to have a great magnetic gift, i.e. a lead magnet, is what you can obviously offer to your market. And there's instructions on that in that section there for you. Now, the mechanics, this is where someone like myself or other business coaches out there that can do that, can do this for you. There are many of us out there. Choose a business coach that you resonate with. I'm not here to sell anything. If you want to work with me, then fantastic. But this is where I personally got stuck on. And this is why I think I've had my near 10 years in business to get my head around a master sort of stuff, right? Having a funnel in your business that does the majority of the work for you online is key. This is where the freedom is. This is where you can take a step back from your business and have a life. I'd never had a funnel in my business for the first 3 to 4 years when I had my indoor cycling studios. And as mentioned, I was burnt out from that eventually. I did about 2-3 years on the straight, finding leads through like events, coffee mornings, collaborating, this, that, whatever, without a funnel. And it just completely depleted me. I would strongly suggest have a marketing funnel in your business. What is a funnel? If you still don't know what a funnel is, that's fine. A funnel is just basically a sales page that replaces a salesperson that does all the selling for you. And it could be that you have an offer on a sales page. It could be that you have an event like today, or it could be that you have just a normal lead generation type funnel where you would just give your audience a gift in exchange for their email address. So I did many different types of funnels out there, but having a funnel does a lot of the work for you. Now, I love in step 5 messenger bots, just because they're fun, they're quirky. Everyone's got the messenger app on their phone. People don't really use their emails much anymore, and it's a great way to qualify prospects into your world. There's nothing worse than being on a call with someone who is not qualified for your program. So you don't want to be wasting your time. They don't want their time to be wasted, and you only want to work with soul clients anyway. So as well as the funnel, I like to also in a line with the funnel alongside, I like to have a messenger bots, because then by the time someone gets to a call with you, they are completely sold. They know exactly what you're about, exactly what your services are, and literally the conversation is about how do I proceed. That's where we want to be, and that's where the beauty is of having a messenger bot in your business can do. And also it's a quirky alternative to just a normal magnetic gift as well. That can be alongside what you already have, but you can use it as an extra magnetic gift, another string to your bow, let's say. So let's say you're online and you're putting out a post, you can drop a link to your messenger bot, and it's another way of capturing leads and qualifying them into a call with you for your high ticket program. A bulletproof Facebook group strategy. Now, Facebook groups are fantastic. Why? Everyone knows how to use Facebook. Whether you like Facebook or not, it's debatable, right? People don't like all the exposure. However, in terms of a business, you do, I feel, need a Facebook group in your online business. It's like a window or a shop, an online shop for your business, right? Without paying heavy rental costs. I mean, back in my day, my last rent offline was £3,500, right? Facebook group, it's free, like no brainer. If you're going online, it's a free way of just having space online that you can manage. But in order to have a Facebook, it's obviously good to have a very robust, bulletproof Facebook group strategy, so then you know how to use those leads that come through. Even if it's a free lead, you've still spent the time, energy, getting that lead into your world. So regardless whether it's paid or a free lead, you still, generate that lead from, a place of effort. So you need to know how to work your leads when they come into your world. So this is really good for you to digest when it comes to maximizing your existing Facebook group if you have one. If you don't have one, get one. There's actually training on how to set up a Facebook group if you haven't set one up already. Now, mindset, mechanics, mastery. Okay, we all need to be a master of our craft. Okay, if I was to build you the funnel, you need to have the time to manage and work your funnel. If you're building the funnel yourself, you need the time to practice to really make sure you're optimizing your funnel. And becoming a master at your craft, i.e. your funnel and your lead generation process, is key. Like with anything, it's a process. It does take time to get to understand the systems and the softwares and the ropes. That's why to fast track anything in your life, it's always good to, invest into a coach that's walked the path that you want to walk on, saves you getting stabbed in the back with loads of arrows, trying to figure it all out yourself. But yeah, you do need to spend the time to master what you've put in place, what you've built. So you can do that in this section with creating content that converts. There's a way of actually crafting your content. It's not about just throwing anything up there and hoping someone's going to view your post and raise a hand to go, yes, I want to spend thousands into you. There's a certain way of doing particular posts, and there's training in step 7, predictable content strategy. Soulful selling. I don't like selling. No one likes to be sold to. But in step 8, I go through a script. I don't like the word script really, but it's a framework that you can use. So when you are on the phone, you've got a bit of an idea as to how the call can look like. I personally don't end up using my script at all. I've got it there as a backup, but because hopefully you would have had a funnel in place and also a messenger bot to do a lot of the heavy lifting for you, you don't really need to be following a script at all, because they're qualified enough, the prospect is, by the time they get on a call with you. So I do have obviously a script for you, and this is high level stuff. Like, I've spent thousands. Okay, I think I know the majority of the coaches out there, business coaches. So feel free to tap into my experiences, expertise, and money I've invested into coaches, because it's all my life's work in one program, which you get for free if interested. And then step number 9 of the 9-step process to supercharge your online coaching business, if you want to do it, make changes in your online coaching business in the next 30 days, is to have some form of like promotion. So, today, this is a summer, this is an annual promotion, obviously. But I do like to run monthly promos with myself, with my clients. And the reason being is just to keep the energy high, to keep that momentum going. If you were to go away for 2 weeks or even a month on holiday, right, you might even have a couple of funnels all switched on and a couple of Facebook ads run into your funnels. The energy ends up, you notice it, you come back, the energy is sort of slowed down slightly. I always suggest to try and do every month or 6 weeks a monthly promo of some sort, whether it's an event, a masterclass, a high-level training, a session, whatever it is. We can all get creative here, but we've all been in these types of promos as well before. But it's good, I think, to always allocate every 4 to 6 times in the year at least time to really keep that energy going and momentum going in your business. So I do go into detail about types of promo cycles. Actually, I'm just going to go back to step number 4, the marketing funnel, because there are just some examples of funnels. I should have just realized that before I showed you. These are some of the funnels I've worked on before. Chiropractor, a little bit out of my scope. This is my awesome client, Rebecca. I used to work with her in China. She's actually working for Disney, or she did at the time. She was going to go online. She got made redundant. But that's some funnel. This is what funnels look like. This is personal training. This is craft the funnel. But yeah, you've got yoga as well. So this is what they look like. Once you have something like this built in your business, things start to change for the better. You start to enjoy your business, because if you're doing everything yourself, that's definitely a quick way to stress. And I definitely have the t-shirts when it comes to managing too much of my business without automating. So there we are, guys. It's coming up to 6 Clark, this again is my free gift. So this now makes 8 gifts that you have from today from your participants into the first ever Soul Central Online Summit. There are still amazing coaches left on this call. I just want to appreciate you all. You've just given so much time and energy. Thank you ever so much for your support today. You've been awesome. We've all learned so much. And 6 hours, you've learned all the spiritual secrets, strategies, and techniques to an awesome, successful online coaching business. And I just want to let everyone know who's tuned in today and who's watching the replay, like, you are not alone. You are not alone when it comes to negative energy. You are not alone when it comes to breaking up with someone. You're not alone trying to figure out an online coaching business by yourself. Like, please utilize us in whatever way, shape or form, because we are here in your corner. We have your back. We can be part of your team if you allow us to, because we are all pretty much on the same page. We're all here on this journey together, I feel, and we are all here to pass over a message we have within. We are all here to help others, but we also need help from time to time. And this is where I think all of us come into play. We can all help one another get to where we want to be. So thank you very much, everyone. Does anyone have any questions before we wrap things up and enjoy the weekend? Go back to the other screen. I can't see my messages. I think I need a cup of tea.
Also, thank you very much, Jen. Amazing.
Oh, thank you, Laura. Oh, lovely. Yeah, so I can't actually see anyone on the screen. I think my Mac's just given up now. But thanks.
Everyone just saying you're awesome, and thank you so much.
Oh no,
Thank you, Jen.
Yeah,
fantastic.
Awesome. Again, thanks to everyone who's joined, everyone who's signed up, everyone's watched today, and to all the awesome coaches who've made today really special. I've really enjoyed it. It's been a quick 6 hours, and hopefully we can do this again next year, hey?
Awesome.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you very much. Love to you all, appreciate you all, and have a lovely weekend. Happy Friday.
Good weekend. Bye.
Excellent. See you later,
too.
guys.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye. Well done.
Recording stopped.